Hell's Handmaid. Written and narrated by Timothy J. R. Raines. Chapter 1. Ravenna, Italy. July 406 A.D. There's a pit in his stomach as he strides toward the center of the amphitheater, his fists clenched at his sides. He hardly hears the pounding drums and droning horns. At last, the noise dies out, and he turns to face the some 300 men in white and purple togas, seated in a semicircle of multiple tiers. He is not one of them, no matter how high he's risen, and he could hardly rise any higher, not without wearing the laurels of Caesar himself. And that will never be, not while the blood of a barbarian runs in his veins. In the middle of the semicircle, seated on a golden throne, is his son-in-law, Honorius, young man in his 20s, brown hair cropped straight across his brow. He wears the trappings of an emperor, but his face and eyes portray anything but. His true nature is perhaps better represented in the pet rooster over which he is constantly fussing. He strikes his fist against his chest and thrusts out his hand toward him. "Hail Caesar!" The rooster crows. "Shush, Rome, shush!" hushes the emperor. "Here, do you want another piece of corn? Want another piece of corn, Rome? There's a good boy, you old cock." "General Stilicho," he says, finally looking up, "what brings you before the Imperial Senate today?" "Concerning the incursions in the north." He pauses as many of the senators begin to grumble and roll their eyes. "We have been recruiting men into our legions as fast as we can, promising freedom to slaves who serve, doing everything in our power to bolster our numbers. But the fact remains, these are untrained, inexperienced men. They can comprise only a minor percentage of our forces." One of the senators stands up from the rest, a balding man in purple and white. "Isn't General Sarus positioned in the north with 2 legions? Why does he not engage these invaders?" There is some muttering and agreement from the others. "You bring up an excellent point, Olympius. Sarus is in position to engage the enemy, and is eager to do so. However, the answer to your question is twofold. First of all, as you say, General Sarus has 2 legions under his command. Radagaisus the Goth marches with a force of 20,000, not including women, children, prisoners, and slaves." "Bah, 2 Roman legions should be more than enough to dispense with that uncivilized rabble." "Perhaps your Excellency forgets the overconfidence of Emperor Valens at the Battle of Adrianople, when he got himself and 2/3 of his army slaughtered because he underestimated the barbarians and refused to wait for reinforcements." "An event of which you too often remind us," Olympius says darkly, resuming his seat. "And I shall continue to do, as we would not do well to forget. No, Sarus does not yet have the numbers to attack. As I mentioned, we have been recruiting, but not quickly enough, and our newly enlisted are not yet the stoic exemplars of courageous discipline we expect from our legionaries. However, I have found a solution." He pauses, looking around at their faces, knowing they won't like what he's about to say. "I've been in talks with the Hunnic warband." The senators groan and roll their eyes. "Shush! Shush, all of you," says the emperor, waving his hand effeminately. "Let my father-in-law speak." "As I was saying, I have been in talks with the Huns. They will fight for us, for a price." "For what they consider to be tribute," shouts a senator with a raised fist. Many murmur in agreement and shake their heads. "They consider it tribute from us, yes. But with the bulk of our forces deployed in the east, Is it not better to pay one enemy to fight the other, rather than have both attack us? There is some grumbling, but a few of them nod in agreement. "And what is this price you have negotiated with the Huns?" demands Olympius, standing up again. "No doubt it is a handsome sum." He draws in a deep breath. His chest feels tight, and he squeezes his fists until his knuckles crack. What he's about to say now will upset them most of all. Indeed, it is no small price. But this brings me to my second point. Our borders have only increased. We have enemies on every side, and our allies turn on us the moment we expose our backs. We should take special care to look after those who serve in our defense. What do I mean? General Sarus and his men have not been paid in months, nor have the auxiliary forces in Britain or Gaul. Their loyalty hangs by a thread. Sarus has made clear that even if he did have the numbers, he would refuse to act. And frankly, I cannot blame him. But the money is simply not there. Therefore, he swallows, his heart pounding. I advise we increase our military expenditure by an additional 2%. The Senate breaks into an uproar, men shouting and booing and shaking their fists. It's a wonder they don't rush down on him and tear him to pieces, how worked up they are. Finally, the Emperor manages to silence them. "That's enough! Gee whiz, you're a rowdy bunch today." "Generous Caesar," he says, as the commotion dies down. "Honorius, I implore you, please, spend the money, for the sake of the Empire, for the sake of the people living in the north. Christians, Romans, your people." The Emperor gazes at him thoughtfully. "Well, Stilicho, the Senate's made it quite clear what they think about your suggestion. What do you think, Rome? Should we spend the money like our father-in-law says? Stilicho holds his breath as the Emperor offers a handful of yellow kernels of dried corn to the rooster perched on the arm of his throne. Rome takes a step to the side, cocks his head, then to his profound relief, begins pecking up the corn. Emperor Honorius lets out a giggle. "He's eating it up! Look! He's eating it up!" But it seems the rooster is only so hungry, for after a few nibbles of corn, it raises its head and crows. The Emperor peers at the bird intently, nodding his head, then throws up his hand, showering the nearby senators with corn. "Rome has spoken!" He pets the rooster on the back. "General Stilicho, we shall proceed with your suggestion. Hire the Huns, and for heaven's sake, see that General Sarus gets his wages. Can't expect our legions to fight without pay, can we? My goodness! But as for altering the imperial budget, that is simply not possible at this time. The funds for your request will be withdrawn from the imperial treasury." The senator nearest him, who is still picking bits of corn out of his toga, grimaces and leans toward him. "Caesar, if I may," but the Emperor holds up his hand. "Excuse me, please. I'm not finished. As I was saying, the funds will be withdrawn from the imperial treasury, as these are extraordinary circumstances. Rome agrees? Once the threat of Radagaisus is put down, we shall have no need of such expenditures." General Stilicho draws in a long breath and exhales very slowly. "No need for such expenditures. Radagaisus is only the beginning. There's Gunther and the Germanic coalition. There's the Huns. There's Alaric and his own band of Goths, who must be continuously appeased. Not to mention, it was one thing to pay Sarus, But what of the legions in Britain? Withhold their wages any longer, and they're as likely to take up arms against the Empire as the blue-faced savages they're supposed to be fending off. But he says none of this. After all, it is difficult to reason with a man who places such high value in the counsel of a chicken. And it's all he can do to put out one fire at a time. Thank Christ he has received what he needs for today. The Empire might just survive a little longer. "Thank you, gracious Caesar," he says, clicking his heels together and thrusting out his hand toward him. Then he turns and strides out of the Senate, his purple cape fluttering behind him. Chapter 2. Hervor. Florentia, Italy. August 406 AD. Bells clang endlessly as firelight glimmers in the black waters of the Arno River. Flames leap from the windows of burning homes. Red smoke billows into the night sky. Women shriek. The laughter of men rings out over vicious grunting, and shadows play out a violent scene in the furious glare. Somewhere there's the crack of wood as men break down a door and pour into one of the houses not yet ablaze. There's the faint click of blades, then a scream, and soon they come out with armfuls of plunder, one of them carrying a kicking, squealing girl over his shoulders. Tyrfing throbs at my hip, eager to be drawn from its sheath and partake in the bloodshed. It's urging me, willing me to take it out and whet its blade in violence. But I don't dare. I know what happens when I give in to its voice. Not far from me, face smeared with soot, dark beard clotted with blood, Radagaisus laughs and throws out his arms as he revels in the surrounding carnage. "Yes, burn, Florentia, burn! Where are your legions? Where is your Christ God? Perish all ye Roman folk! Perish under the axe of the barbarian! Perish in the fires of our rage!" Loki, it's been a whole year of this. A whole year of pillaging. We've sacked every town in our path, burned every village, and left nothing but smoldering, blackened fields behind us, so that even the crows have nothing. And who's come out to stop us? No one. So much for the glorious Roman Empire. "My king!" Two Goths with drooping mustaches, one blonde, one dark-haired, come dragging a Florentine between them. An older man in a blood-stained toga with a purple sash, one side of his face caked in blood. "Ho, my king!" calls the dark-haired man. "Look who we found! The magistrate of Florentia!" Radagaisus grins wickedly and tips up the man's chin with his gory axe. "Ho, ho! Quid hicobemus, magistratus?" The man looks like he's going to be sick. He doesn't dare look him in the eyes. "Magistratus?" The Gothic king laughs and throws out his hands as he turns to the surrounding men. "Well, it seems the All-Father has provided us with a sacrifice to offer unto him, in return for delivering this Roman city into our hands. Amice, addentum tibi crucium," he says, and the magistrate looks up in terror as he pats him on the cheek. "Hang him on the burning cross!" This gets a loud cheer, and the magistrate cries out in despair as some of the men begin dragging him toward the river port, where I guess they expect to find a crane or a mast that will serve as a suitable means of execution. Gods, a whole year of this. I urge my horse after them, but as I look around at the burning city, I get this sense that everything's too close, like we're corralled in by walls of flame and fiery smoke. And suddenly I'm uneasy, and I'm eager to be out of here in the open fields and clean air. I'm no Volva woman, and I'm not much for casting runes, but something's off. I rein up next to Brassus, the Gothic general, a hawkish man with silvery hair. He looks at me out of the corner of his eye. Princess? I've got a bad feeling, General. We're too scattered. I'm half afraid he's going to snicker at me, or worse, have something to say about telling him how to lead. He looks coolly up to where Radagaisus and his mob are lashing their victim's arms to a plank and getting ready to hook him up to a dock crane, jeering and chanting as someone brings a jug of oil. Stay close. Keep your eyes open. I nod, and I'm about to take my horse a little closer to the throng when I hear hooves galloping on the cobblestone behind us. Brassus and I jerk around, and by the time the rider comes barreling out of the black smoke, I already have an arrow nocked and my bow half drawn. Easy, says Brassus. He's one of ours. Hestcook, he's got 3 arrows through him. General, he screams. General! Whoa there, over here. You men, attend to him. I hop out of the saddle and rush with a couple others to help him down from his horse. Brassus dismounts and stands over us as we lower him gently to the ground. What is it, man? What word? The encampment is overrun. I look up at Brassus with concern. Radagaisus always divides his army up into 3. A third to raid and pillage, a third to circle around the fleeing townsfolk and cut off their escape, and a third to guard the camp. If the camp's been taken, we've not only lost a third of our force, but all our supplies, and all the men's wives and children taken captive. Or worse. General Brassus takes a deep breath. What of the 3rd Division? We sent for their aid, but they were cut off. He turns right pale and starts gurgling. The city is surrounded. He spits up blood and starts kicking his legs. Then all of a sudden he's still, and we hear no more from him. What's all this fuss about? Radagaisus has stopped tormenting the city magistrate and is coming over. Hey, Brassus! Before he can answer, a steady, thunderous booming has us all look up. Loki, the clop of thousands of boots marching in perfect cadence. Brassus wastes no time. He throws his horn up to his lips and sounds 2 blasts. Regroup! To the king! Form ranks! Form ranks! My heart pounding, I sling my shield off my back and shoulder my bow as men shout the order further down and begin rushing in from all directions. Then I slip my axe from my belt and raise it over my head in the commotion. Front rank, on me! Gothic troops fall in on my left and right, pressing in close, shoulder to shoulder, swords and axes resting against the tops of their shields. There's a tense moment as the thundering grows louder. We still can't see them. But then, out of the black smoke, come the famous legionaries I've heard so much about. Gods, they look sharp, red cloaks billowing, helms, breastplates, and tall shields glimmering in the fiery glare as they advance in practice unison. So sharp it worries me. Still spoiling for a fight, Hervor? Asked the man next to me. I'd say you're about to get it. Loki, he's right about that. Once again Tyrfing whispers for me to unsheath it, to slake its terrible thirst, to let the rage of my fathers take me and slash through mail and shield like a ship's prow through the sea. Even now I resist its call. The Romans approach till they're no more than 30 yards away. Then their commander calls out, "Legion, halt!" And they take 2 more paces, then stomp together in perfect stillness. "What's this?" I ask. "They're speaking Gothic? Is this a legion of Goths we're up against?" "Sarus," Radagaisus snarls from several ranks behind me. They don't make a move, and the only sound is the nervous whispering of our men and the crackling of burning houses. I wonder what they're watching for. They're only giving more time for our troops to regroup and join the formation. Suddenly an order is called I can't quite hear, and they lower their spears and begin moving toward us, slow and steady in a column 4 abreast. They'll make contact with our front line by the left flank. In a column like that, they'll have no problem pushing through us right to the river. Brassus knows this, and he calls out to advance 10 paces. We've barely carried out the order before he shouts another. "By the center, left, wheel!" I raise my axe over my head. "On me! Left, wheel!" The men on my left begin shuffling backward, while those on my right start striding forward, with those on the very end breaking into a jog, so that the whole formation twists around to meet the Romans in parallel ranks. "Skirmishers!" Brassus roars as he and Radagaisus ride around behind us. The Roman commander shouts, and the legionaries halt and turn abruptly toward us. I thrust my axe toward them. "Spearmen!" Romans duck behind their tall shields as a good number of men break from the line and hurl their spears. A few cries ring out, and several of them go down, others stepping in to take their place. Then Brassus gives the order to attack, and I get goosebumps all up my arms as my heart swells with exhilaration. "Charge!" A battle cry grows up from the men as we dash forward together. Spears shoot out, and the men to my right and left go down. Undaunted, we press the attack, throwing ourselves into the Roman shields. I hack away with my axe, screaming like mad. The man before me drops to his knees with a cleft helm, and pink mist blurs the edges of my vision as the bloodlust of my fathers begins to take hold. I step back and shake my head with a gasp, but it's the sound of rolling thunder that brings me to my senses. The men hiss nervous oaths and look back as the ground quakes beneath our feet. "Cavalry incoming!" hollers Brassus, as he and the king rein their steeds around. "Hervor, disengage! Fall back! Keep together!" We pull away from the Roman shields, but as soon as we take off the pressure, they step forward and thrust, and quite a few go down. "Der jävla fitte fan! Keep together!" The rumbling of many hooves grows louder, horses whinny, and as we back off from the Romans, I glance over my shoulder and catch my first glimpse of the fearsome savages the Goths have told me so much about. The Huns. Clad in fur and leather, slant-eyed faces pinched and scowling, they gallop out of the smoke toward us, bows bent with arrows twice the normal length. Cries ring out as a volley rips through our number. "Form square!" Brassus roars, whirling his sword over his head. "Form—" He tips backward out of the saddle with an arrow through his heart. "Form square!" I scream, backing up into the middle. "Form square!" "It's no use," says Radagaisus, as arrows continue tearing through our midst. "Every man for himself!" I jerk my head up at him in horror. "What? No! What are you— Flee! Flee for your lives! I throw myself out of the way as he rears his steed, trampling over several of his own men as he charges away from the battle. And our almost decent square disintegrates into total confusion as terror-stricken men rush in every direction. Stop! Don't run! I push back against the routing troops, but it's like trying to withstand a tidal wave. We need to keep together! We need— I see a burst of light as I catch the edge of someone's shield on the chin, and I sink under the churning sea of bodies. Glasesveller, April, 403 A.D. Springtime at last. I've waited all winter to set sail with my fleet. Now I've come to the valley of Glasesveller. I've heard this is a magic place of great riches, where giants live and no one grows old. A place they call the Deathless Acre. Whoever's the king of this valley better watch out. Hervor Angantysdottir is coming. I take 40 men and leave the others behind with the ships. I have 7 now, to watch for a signal if things go wrong. Then we set out on foot, dressed for battle, Tyrfing at my side. I've never seen fields so rich and green, nourished from the melting snow and spring water from the mountains. One of my men remarks that the farming here must produce abundant harvests. And to my irritation, they all look with envy on all the farms and crops we pass, like they all want to hang up their swords and mail and settle here forever hoeing dirt. Gods! There's folk out here and they're at work, but they don't pay us any mind, even though we're an armed band striding through their realm. I'm not used to this. I'm more accustomed to shrieking girls fleeing before us and the anxious donging of village bells heralding my coming. These folk don't seem to get it. And the more I see I'm not striking fear into the heart of anyone who notices us, the more annoyed I get. We're heading by a sheep pasture penned in by a split-rail fence, and one of the shepherds calls out to us, waving, and starts coming down. The sight of this evokes a bitter memory for me, and if I wasn't in a foul mood already, I am now. Ho! Ho there, he says. Welcome to Glasesveller. As it gets nearer, I can see he's quite tall, much taller than me, and taller than any of my men. He looks strong, too, and he's pretty handsome for a shepherd. Dark brown hair and beard, bright green eyes, a smile full of charm. Gods, he's a handsome fellow, all right. How are the gods? I asked darkly, my mood eased only slightly. Oh, you know, they're enjoying the sun and the warmer weather. And you? How are the gods? He asks, leaning his elbow on the fence post and grinning down at me like I'm just some attractive maiden who's come to his valley, and not the infamous Princess of Lofoten. Stupid shepherd. Thirsty, I say, eyeing the skin in his belt. I hold my hand as one of my men offers me a drink of mead. Boy, give me your skin. Yes, of course. Here. I take it from him and pour it into my mouth. Ice-cold water, sweet and pure. He must have just filled it in a glacial spring. It's the most refreshing drink I've had in ages. I take another drink and splash my face and hair, then toss it back at him. Now, I say, wiping my hand over my dripping face, where is your king? Chapter 3. Florentia, Italy, August 406 A.D. My ears are ringing when I come to. I'm face down on the cobblestone, with countless boots stomping and shuffling all around me. I can't have been out for more than a second, but I've lost my shield and axe. I cover my head and crawl forward on my elbows, cursing and grunting, then manage to grab the hem of a man's tunic and pull myself up. The ringing fades, and the roar of battle fills my ears. The Huns are falling upon us from one side, the Romans from the other. The river is our only chance. I claw my way forward, urged on by the cries of those behind. Through the commotion, I see Radagaisus on the dock, freeing the magistrate of Florentia. I know at once what he's about, and as he shoves the magistrate into the water and leaps in after him with a plank, I know he's likely the only way I'm getting out of here. The Goths splash into the Arno with their spears and shields to help them float, and a few bunch up along the bank to pull off their mail coats. But I dive in, chain shirt and all. It's not heavy enough to weigh me down, and I'm by far the strongest swimmer among us. Arrows shower the river. Men cry out, and long hunnock shafts slosh into the water all around me. I don't think about it, and focus all my effort into graceful overhand strokes. I soon overtake all but those furthest ahead of me, and crawl out onto the far bank, panting and sopping. "They're coming around on the bridge," I say, as I help a few Goths ashore. In a fright, the men begin clambering up over the river wall onto the road. But as I'm about to join them, I notice Radagaisus keeping low to the shadows, knife under the magistrate's throat, growling in his ear. The magistrate says something in reply. I can't hear what, but Radagaisus looks at me and nods for me to follow, and slinks away along the bank, shoving his prisoner ahead. The magistrate leads us to a low, broad arch in the river wall. Water flows out of the darkness into the Arno. The magistrate goes on in his Latin tongue, and Radagaisus grins deviously. "The aqueduct," he says. "It's like a road that brings water down from the mountains, supplying water for their fountains and bathhouses. This tunnel will take us out of the city to Mount Morello." Seems like a foolish idea. We'll be in utter darkness in a tunnel full of water. And gods know what else. Loki. The magistrate whimpers in protest as Radagaisus gives him a shove, and he splashes in up to his waist. It doesn't seem that deep. "You coming, princess?" Radagaisus asks as he sloshes in after the magistrate. I glance reluctantly back at the shadows moving in the firelight on the far bank, and the glint of men still struggling in the river, their screams still piercing the night. Then I follow them into the dark. I can't see a thing. It's blacker than hell. But we go on for a while like that, feeling our way along the damp brick wall. The sounds of battle fade behind us, and all I hear is swishing water, our labored breathing, and that magistrate's constant whimpering. Finally, I think we've gone far enough it won't attract attention, and I reach down for Tyrfing and wrap my hand around the grip. Under the water, a red glow pulses from the ruby bulging from the scabbard locket, and in the throbbing scarlet light, I can see the dark forms of the two men ahead. Suddenly Radagaisus jerks back with a shout and starts thrashing madly about. "What? What is it?" Radagaisus ceases his violent outburst and tosses something long into the water, growling angrily at the terrified magistrate pressed against the wall. "Asps! Asps in the water! Like this fellow didn't know!" He splashes at him, snarling an oath. I shudder as a headless snake goes floating by, then keeps sloshing on, watching the water for others. After a while, this tunnel emerges into a great underground hall with pillars rising out of the water. The cistern, Radagaisus tells me, where the water from the aqueduct is stored and diverted throughout the city. Loki. By the looks of it, it could be the halls of hell. Eerie to think men built this. They're no fools, these Romans. Or at least one time they weren't. The magistrate leads us to the far end of the cistern, but as we wade after him, Tyrfing's red glare throbbing on the pillars and the surface of the water, I can't help but wonder if he knows where he's going. Seems more like a magistrate has no business coming down here. Seems more like something you'd send a slave to do. But terrified as he is, he seems somewhat confident of his course, and soon he brings us to another tunnel. This one is much narrower than the first, so much so that we're forced to go in single file. It's barely the height of a man, and Radagaisus has to stoop a little. But it's not so full of water, and after we've gone in a ways, the current doesn't even reach our knees. There is, though, a very noticeable sense that we're venturing uphill. It seems to go on forever like this. I swear we've been sloshing through this corridor for hours. Hours of sloshing through this narrow tunnel in the pulsing red light. Sometimes it winds this way or that, but always it's going upwards. Loki, it's like we've been swallowed up by the Midgard serpent. Gods, will this passage never end? Finally, the air smells sweeter. Then after a while, I make out a pale gray light up ahead. Radagaisus grunts in satisfaction, and I jog after him as he breaks into a run, shoving the magistrate before him. It was just after midnight when we fell upon the city of Florentia, as was our way under Radagaisus. It must be some 5 hours since, for as we emerge into the open air, dawn is just beginning to break, casting a gray-blue light over the hills and fields. We're high up on a bridge, and the water is flowing past our ankles from across the far side of a valley, where the channel vanishes again into a tunnel. A bridge for water. Who would have thought? Radagaisus chuckles as he looks around. "We made it! We're free! Florentia is miles behind us!" The magistrate is talking now, pleading with his hands and holding them out to either side. I might not understand his tongue, but it's pretty obvious what he's saying. Radagaisus places his hands on the man's shoulders, smiling. "Yes, yes, my friend," he says, but not in Latin. "You've held up your end. Now I'll hold up mine." He seizes him by the toga and throws him off the bridge, and I have to listen to his wail for 1, 2, 3 seconds before it's cut short. Radagaisus peers over the side, grinning like he's all pleased with himself. "Well, it's not the burning cross, but it'll do. Odin, father, accept this sacrifice." "Didn't you say you'd let him live?" "What?" He whips around like this is unbelievable. Then he shrugs smugly. "I said I'd let him go." For a second, I have the urge to kick him over the edge too. But for once, I restrain myself. Instead, I tug the leather purse off my belt and toss it into the water at his feet. He looks down, frowning. "What's that?" "That's all the silver I've saved since spring. I wish to buy back my oath of bond service." He's scowling now. "Why? Because I threw him over?" "Because you abandoned your men to be slaughtered." Slaughtered? He laughs. Slaughtered? Hervor, you know what your problem is, woman? You're a barbarian, a savage, just like me. But Sarus? No. Sarus is as civilized as they come. He's more Roman than the Emperor. That's why we hate each other so much. He sought to get our people to accept the Roman ways, while I've striven against them. But what you're missing, girl, is that your average Goth falls somewhere in the middle. And while I would love for every mother's son to choose death over taking the knee to Rome, I know that's not how it is. And so does Sarus. Sure, a few of them will have been killed in the fight, but when the smoke clears, slavery is the worst that will befall them. I imagine most of them will be taken into his legions. I can hardly believe it. He'll recruit his enemies? Just like that? There might be some conditions, but for the most part, yes. I, however, would expect to be crucified, or impaled, and put on display to warn other potential invaders. So excuse me for not sticking around to be captured. Even so, you have no army, no lands, no treasure. You're no longer a king. You're just a thug. There's no point in serving you. He stoops down and picks up the sopping sack of silver and weighs it thoughtfully in his hand. All right, Hervor. You've paid the honor price. You're a free woman. But tell me, where do you intend to go from here? I look back out over the gray hills. Back to Florentia. To join Sarus. I nod. You shouldn't have told me about that. I watch him out of the corner of my eye as he rises slowly. Telling you is one thing. Letting you do it is another. Don't, I say, as he reaches for his hip. You'll send him right after me. He'll send out the Huns, and they'll hunt me all the way back across the Alps. He slips his axe out of his belt. I turn toward him, red light throbbing from my side, as I lay my hand on my father's sword. But Radagaisus only laughs. Really, Hervor? Tyrfing? Ha ha! I dare you! I dare you! All the raiding we've done, and you've been too scared to use it. And now you're going to kill me with it? I don't believe you. Go on. Draw. Draw it. Tyrfing begs me to give in. It's like a shadow beast in my heart, in my soul, raging against its cage, howling to be let out. I push my thumb against the crossguard and inch the sword out of the scabbard, causing a red glare to shine eagerly from the blade. Radagaisus goes tense as I reach across to draw it. He licks his lips, and I can see in his eyes he's thinking he's bitten off more than he can chew. Then with a gasp, I break off Tyrfing's hold, tears welling in my eyes, and he starts to chuckle darkly. As I thought! He snorts and spits, his scowl returning. You act like you're some great warrior princess, a berserker. Ha! You're just a bitch with a temper, and a sword you're too afraid to use. You're a glorified camp follower, a plow girl, groveling at the knees of the toughest man. Try and deny it. You came to me because I'm a warlord. But Sarus outplayed me, so now you'll go running off to him. Oh, I can't imagine how you'll try to win his favor. Same way you won mine, no doubt. By the gods, if only your forefathers could see you now. the infamous Hervor Angantysdottir, Princess of Lofoten, wielder of Tyrfing, slurping eels for protection." His eyes shoot wide, and he staggers back from my outstretched hand, my sax knife buried in his throat. He makes a gurgling wheeze, then falls back with a splash, dead. In the land of the high fire where I come from, we don't suffer insults. The sun is rising over the Italian countryside, and in the distance I spy a pair of horsemen galloping over the golden fields. Hunnic scouts, no doubt, hunting for the Gothic king. I squat down and retrieve my sack of silver and my knife, and wipe the blade off on my trousers. Then I stand up in the morning sun and start waving my arms. Chapter 4. Worms, Burgundy. Sigurd paces back and forth in front of the fireplace in his palace bedchamber, his stomach squirming. It's nearly time for the war council. Gunther has summoned all his allies to muster their forces near the border of Gaul in preparation for a long-awaited assault. There hasn't been a gathering like this since the wedding. All the kings and chieftains of Europe will be there. Many are likely mixing down in the great hall already. He, however, was instructed not to go down just yet, but to await word from Gunther so that the three of them might make an entrance together. The three of them meaning Queen Brunhilde as well. He's generally tried to avoid Brunhilde ever since her and Gunther's wedding feast, and any time he finds himself in the same room as her is a cause for anxiety. Tonight is no exception. He shakes out his hands, blowing nervously, glancing at the bottle of wine and pair of goblets on the side table. A good drink or two might help him calm down, but he's too afraid to dull his wits around that woman. Who knows what she might try? He rests one hand on the mantel and stares down into the fire, his heart beating in his throat. "It's going to be fine, my love," comes a soft voice from behind him. He takes a deep breath. "You think so?" "Yes, I would have dreamt if it were otherwise." He turns from the fireplace. "Are you just saying that to make me feel better?" Princess Gertrude smiles faintly from the rocking chair near the bed, her belly swollen with their fourth child. Baby Erp lies in her arms, sucking away at her plump white breast. The two older boys, Sorley and Hamdir, are on the floor in front of her, playing with wooden blocks. Finished eating, Baby Erp pulls away from her and reaches down toward his brothers. "I was wondering," she says, as she sets him down on the floor, "what do you think of naming our daughter after my mother?" Before he can reply, the block tower comes crashing down. Sorley squeals and clubs Hamdir with a block, who starts to cry. Gertrude sits back with an irritated sigh and rubs a bit of breast milk on her cracked and bleeding nipple, then reaches for an ointment on the table next to her. "Sorley, that's not how we play," he says, gathering up the wailing child. "Say sorry to your brother." Sorley pouts, his eyes watering like he knows what he's done is wrong. Then he draws in a sobbing breath and starts crying too. "It's all right, you didn't mean it," he says, scooping him up in the other arm. "So, Rowena for a girl? I thought you wanted to call her Kriemhild." "You wanted to call her that." "Right." He winces uneasily. "It's just, your mother was—" She stares at him expectingly. "Well, you know, she was,
My mother was what, Sigurd?"
"A bad person," he says through his teeth. Gertrude rolls her eyes, then sits up straight, one hand on her hip. "Oh, Sigurd, the baby." Baby Earp is crawling straight for the fireplace. He quickly sets down Hamder and snatches the baby from the floor. Hamder reaches up and wails all the more loudly. Sorley continues to sob and whine. And now Baby Earp starts to cry. "So, you don't like Rowena, then?"
Eh? Sorry, there's just...
There's a knock at the door.
Come in.
It's Albrecht the Midget in his sky-blue cape and steel cap.
They are ready for you, Sigurd Lord.
His stomach tightens.
Right. Of course. I'll be right down.
He sits sorely on the floor with his brother and stands up to give the baby back to his mother, and all three boys start crying even louder. Gertrude grimaces and turns away, gagging. "Oh, Sigurd, Can you change him before you go, please?"
Sorry I'm late, says Sigurd, hurrying down the steps. I had to deal with a particularly nasty...
He freezes near the bottom of the stairwell, and his voice trails off. There is a group of women gathered outside the doors of the great hall. Very beautiful women. Brunhilde and her shield maidens. Brunhilde and no Gunther. The voluptuous Icelandic queen is dressed in a grey-blue gossamer gown he can't quite see through. A slit down the side offers him a glimpse of her bare leg, nearly all the way up to her thigh. He quickly chases away the thought that her legs were once wrapped around him, guiding his movements. "Sigurd," she says, her eyes sparkling as she sees him. "How good to see you again."
You too, he mutters, trying to look at anything but her plunging neckline. Where's Gunther?
Changing out of his mail. Initially, he thought the occasion called for him to appear more like a warrior, but I suppose he decided it looked a bit too snug around the middle.
I wonder who pointed that out to him.
She gives a wry smile and turns more fully toward him, the movement causing her immense breasts to jiggle ever so slightly. "Come closer, Sigurd. Why are you standing so far away?"
No thanks.
Very well, we can continue to holler across the distance. You began to say something on your way down?
I was changing a diaper. That's why I was late.
Changing a diaper? Brunhilde frowns. You? Sigurd, you're the Prince of Xanten. You're famous all over Midgard for your might and heroism. Why in Niflheim are you changing diapers?
Well, Gertrude is, quite pregnant, as you know, and gets sick from the smell.
Does she not have maids? Shall I send one of my girls to relieve you? She takes a step toward him, the scent of her perfume awakening erotic memories. You know, Sigurd, if you were my husband, and she whispers very quietly in his ear, which you are, I would not allow you to degrade yourself so. And if I was ill with your babe, I would send one of my maids to warm your bed. Perhaps several. Look at them, Sigurd. Aren't they gorgeous? He shrugs up his shoulder as she tickles his ear with the wet sounds of her lips. As my rightful husband, you have the right to them. Any of them, whenever you wish. As you have the right to me, whenever you wish. They'll do whatever you like. I will do whatever you like. You can use me however you want. It would be my pleasure. Tell me, Sigurd, does your frail, sickly, plain little wife give herself to you whenever you desire it? Or do you have to work at it? Make sure the conditions are all just right to put her in the mood?
because I need only to think of how you conquered me, and I'm ready for you."
"Ah, Gunther, there you are."
His friend appears at a side doorway dressed in a pink and yellow striped breeches and a long open purple robe, which seems to frame his hairy bare chest and brown potbelly. Even with the extra 2 or 3 inches added by the crown on his balding head, he looks rather short next to the huskarls at his shoulders.
"Good evening, Sigurd. Wife?"
He grins handsomely, showing his white teeth, as though waiting for an explanation for why the 2 of them are standing so close. Brunhilde turns and smiles coolly. "Oh, Gunther, I was just admiring Sigurd's sword. Wasn't I, Sigurd?"
Right."
My eye can't help but be drawn to it. It's just so large.
Balmung, yes. Magnificent weapon," says Gunther, taking his place before the doors of the great hall. "Shall we?" Sigurd glares at her as she looks back seductively, and the 2 of them position themselves on either side of the Burgundian king.
"Gunther," whispers Sigurd anxiously, "I won't have to say anything, will I?"
"No, I'll do all the talking. You just look stern and heroic."
"Okay," he says,
deeply relieved at not having to speak in front of everyone.
"Sigurd?" "Yes, what?"
"You're slouching."
"Right. Sorry."
He stands up straight and puffs up his chest, and rests Balmung across his shoulders. Gunther looks up at him approvingly, then gives one of the huskarls a nod, and the man makes a special knock on the door. Almost instantly, several horns start blasting from within the hall. There's the slow, deep pounding of large skin drums, and the heavy doors start grumbling open. A gathering of fair-haired, blue-eyed men with braided beards and tattooed faces turn from their mingling.
"His Majesty King Gunther of Burgundy, leader of the Germanic coalition,"
booms a deep-voiced announcer. Gunther smiles and waves with both hands as the crowd of chiefs and warlords begin to clap and cheer.
"His wife, whose sensual beauty needs no introduction, Brunhilde, the Valkyrie Queen of Iceland."
Brunhilde makes a pretense of blushing and acting undeserving of such praise as the noise rises to a greater volume, with the addition of many whoops, howls, whistles, and meows.
"And his closest friend, the hero of the Rhine, slayer of the Storsian serpent, Prince Sigurd Fafnisbane of Xanten."
The hall erupts into massive fanfare. Men are pounding the tables, stomping their feet, pumping the air, roaring as if charging into battle, making such a deafening din that Sigurd worries it will carry to the upper levels of the palace and upset the children's bedtime. The commotion continues for some time before they can be quieted. Thank you, says Gunther, raising his arms as the noise finally dies down. He waits an extra moment, and there's an odd cough and a few men slurp from their horns. He gives a blissful sigh, then begins. My friends, you all know why we are gathered here. The long-awaited hour has at last arrived, and the time is ripe for us to drive the Romans and their Christ God back across the Alps. Another cheer erupts, and smiling, Gunther holds up his hand until the hall is quiet. Rome is weak. Some say it is on the verge of collapse. But we have never been stronger. Look how far we've come. All of us. In my father's time, we were a scattered people. Squabbling tribesmen engaged in petty disputes. Divided, oppressed, conquered. And look at us now. Germans, pagans, united against a common foe. He holds up his finger. You know the Romans are afraid of us? He looks around as if to see if anyone does know. They are. They fear us for our strength. And for the last few years, we have used this fear to maintain peace. A temporary peace, in which we have consolidated power, coiling like a serpent, preparing to strike. He gestures to a table spread with a large vellum map of Europe. Please, gather round. Sigurd follows Gunther to the far side of the table as the chieftains start crowding in. Now, thank you, says Gunther as Brunhilde hands him a pointing stick. Now, so we're all on the same page, here is the current situation. The Roman Empire has gotten fat and old. He traces a line northward between Italy and Greece. So fat and old that it's actually split down the middle, divided by language, culture, and now even different emperors. Here in the west, as you all know, we have Honorius. And in the east, we have his brother Arcadius. Gunther circles a region north and west of the Black Sea and gives it a tap with his pointing stick. The Huns have largely displaced the Goths from their land and driven them into the Roman provinces of Dacia and Thrace, where they have a turbulent relationship with the empire. Their king, Alaric, is a pragmatic man who is willing to work with Rome when it suits him and turn on them when it doesn't. At the moment, as tensions mount with Arcadius in the east, he is under treaty to defend Thrace. Now, a political adversary of King Alaric's, he draws his pointing stick from the southern tip of the Carpathian mountain range, west over the Alps, a Gothic warlord named Radagaisus has been rampaging through northern Italy uncontested for the last year. Sarus, another Gothic general, who has actually joined the Romans, has been poised to attack him, but has been outnumbered and without pay, the latter being a common theme in recent times. Of course, it doesn't help having large portions of the empire's wealth funneled off to politicians and socialites. But I digress. Recently, our spies tell us that Stilicho, Rome's top general, has managed to secure funding from the Senate, not only to pay Sarus his promised wages, but to hire a band of Hunnic mercenaries to bolster his forces. We have yet to receive word, but we expect he's already overtaken them near the city of Florentia. In the unlikely scenario where Radagaisus emerges as the victor, Gaul will be ours. However, it will almost certainly be Sarus, and we can predict resistance from him as we begin pressing west. Now, we have divided our forces into 4 main groups, led by myself, Sigurd, Queen Brunhilde, and my former father-in-law, who I'll get to in a moment. Sigurd glances at Gunther anxiously. Brunhilde? Really? He whispers. After everything she's done? You're giving her command of... Of course I am, hisses Gunther. She's the Valkyrie Queen of Iceland. Yes, but... Shh, Sigurd. Sorry, it's just... Are you sure it's... Brunhilde leans out past Gunther and gives him a look like he's behaving inappropriately. Sigurd, do you mind letting my husband speak? Sorry. Sigurd straightens up and looks awkwardly around at the crowd of faces watching him, heat rising in his cheeks. Sorry. Gunther glares at him out of the corner of his eye. As I was saying, you should all know by now whose banner you'll be marching under. Does anyone not know? A chieftain whose mouth is hidden behind a bushy golden beard slowly raises his hand. Ah, I believe you're with the Queen. Anyone else? No? Good. Now, here's the plan. Sigurd here, and our most formidable warriors, will head southwest and wait for Sarus and the Huns to come across the mountains. This will allow Brunhilde to sweep west and capture as many towns and cities as she can. Meanwhile, and here's the best part, I mentioned previously that Sarus hadn't been paid for a while. Well, it seems the Romans have forgotten they even have troops in Britain. They haven't been paid in, well, long enough that they're ready to jump ship. Of course, he says slyly, patting Sigurd on the back, thanks to Fafnir's magic ring, money is no object for us. A few boatfuls of gold, and they were all too ready to swear fealty to my father-in-law, King Vortigern. As we speak, he is gathering his troops along the southern coast to be ferried across the channel by ships supplied by our Swedish friend, King Gitzer. They will be landing in key locations, he says, tapping his stick upon various points along the northern and western coasts of Gaul, and working south and east until they meet Brunhilde. Lastly, those of you in my group will remain here in Worms, where we will stand by to reinforce Sigurd if he needs it, or to rush to the aid of my lovely wife if she encounters anything unexpected. Let's see. Questions?
We leave tomorrow, yes?
Asks the scruffy grey-haired man in fur and leather. Indeed. Anyone with Sigurd or Brunhilde will be setting out at dawn. Gunther looks around, then sighs happily. My friends, this is the long-awaited moment. With any help from the gods, this time next year, we'll all be drinking wine in the shadows of the Pyrenees Mountains. There's a loud cheer, and everyone gulps from their horns. Well, says Brunhilde sensually, as she wraps her arm around Gunther's, since this is the last I'll see my husband for a while, I hope you'll understand if we retire a little early. Gunther purrs like a tiger and raises his eyebrows up and down, and as they begin to leave amid much whistling and catcalling, Sigurd peers suspiciously at Brunhilde. However, he's taken aback by the look she gives him. Odin's blessing, Sigurd. It sounds surprisingly genuine.
You as well.
He looks after her thoughtfully as a slave girl pours him another horn of mead. Maybe she believes in Gunther's cause after all. And if she could overlook whatever personal drama that has existed between the three of them, he could too. Chapter 5. Hervor, Florentia, Italy. In hindsight, surrendering to the Huns might have been a bad idea. I was expecting a little rough treatment, tying my hands, dragging me around like a captive, but it's only when they bring me back to their camp that I realize what a mistake I've made. The morning air is full of women shrieking. There's a sickening cadence to it that seems to delineate the violent intrusions of their assailants. It's a sound all too familiar to me. You'd think I might be used to it by now, that it wouldn't get under my skin. But when I'm chained to a cart and just left here unarmed to listen to these awful noises carrying on throughout the day from ever-changing voices and directions, I'm feeling pretty tense. Sometimes it happens close enough that I can see it, and I look away, feeling the steady yelps and cries in my bones, praying to the gods I won't be next. So you're the Nordic woman I've been hearing about. I look up to see a Hun standing over me. Unlike the other Huns I've seen, he's wearing black lamellar armor over a dark-colored tunic. He's a tall and bow-legged, almost pretty man with long, straight black hair and a pale, dirt-smudged face and hands. He reminds me of the Finns of Ladoga, except for his eyes. The fins have grim, gray eyes. This man's eyes are dark and burning. He smiles cruelly and squats down in front of me. What's your name, girl? Hervor. Princess Hervor. I see. Princess Hervor. He looks me over conspicuously. I am Alden, king of the Huns, or so the Romans call me. I am, as they say, a savage. I look him in the eye defiantly. So am I, but at least in the north we know how to bathe. He chuckles darkly. You are feisty. I enjoy that in a woman. I nod my head at a little boy in fur and leather watching from behind a wagon. There's a cruel excitement in his eyes, like he can't wait to see what's going to happen. One of yours? I ask. King Alden turns back with a look of pride. My youngest, Attila. He is only 10, but he has been learning what it means to be a man. Perhaps you'd like to meet him. I sneer in disgust. Attila, come! But as his father calls him over, I send the boy a dead-eyed stare, and he ducks behind the wagon. He knows what a killer looks like. Bah, says Alden, somewhat annoyed. He's being shy today. I spit and ask the question that's bothering me most. Where is Tyrfing? Who? My father's sword. What have you done with it? That fine bejeweled thing. It belongs to me now. My heart thumps with worry. This idiot doesn't know what he's saying. Listen to me. That sword, you can't have it. It's a fine weapon, yes, of superb craftsmanship. A magical weapon of great power? It is. But it's cursed. Cursed by vengeful spirits from the forests of Gardariki. Tell me no one's drawn it. Gods, tell me. He stares at me curiously, his head cocked to one side. Spirits? Please, please tell me no one's unsheathed it. No one's unsheathed it. I sigh with relief. It is our custom to satiate ourselves among the women first, and then, once our appetite for such revelry is spent, we examine what loot we've taken. He puts his hand on my cheek, and I try to jerk my head away as he runs his dirty thumb over my lips, but he pulls me back and pushes his thumb into my mouth, and I get a taste of the dirt and grease, and God knows what else is on his skin. Fee Fong. I'd bite it off if I wasn't so sure of what he'd do to me. He leans in close, and I can smell what must be some kind of fermented goat milk on his breath, as he whispers, Speaking of loot, I find myself somewhat reluctant to turn you over to the Romans. Perhaps I will keep you for my own enjoyment. I gag as he pushes his thumb into the back of my throat. My stomach lurches, and tears run down my cheeks. Glasses filler, 403 AD. This green-eyed shepherd has brought me to Castle Grund, the Hall of the King. It's a majestic place of cedar and silver and polished stone, built with high pointed arches with windows of colored glass. I never imagined the gods living in such grandeur, let alone an earthly king. If you could call King Goodman such a thing. He's a full-blooded giant. He's taller than I am, just sitting down. Were he standing, he could be 10 feet or more. And he's fat. Perhaps the fattest man I've ever seen. And I've been to King Roar's hall. He has a golden beard that hangs down over his lap and sky-blue eyes. Thick pink fingers adorned with many silver rings curl over the ends of the armrests of his throne. Next to him, in a much smaller throne, sits a dark-haired woman of great beauty with piercing green eyes, the Queen of Glassesfeller. What is it about this place and everyone having green eyes? She peers at me down her white nose, then her fluid voice fills the hall. Who comes before my husband, the king of the deathless acre? At my side, the shepherd is on one knee, head bowed, but I stand tall, my head held high. I am Hervor Angantysdottir, Princess of Lofoten. I look slyly around the hall. Perhaps you've heard of me. King Gudmund's belly shakes with grumbling laughter.
Yes, Hervor, we've heard of you. Rumors have reached us of how you fled into exile after committing crimes of heinous violence, and how you've been sailing around the last 2 years, extorting kings like your father used to do. Perhaps you'd like to explain what you're doing in my hall.
I think you've some idea, I say, the ruby on Tyrfing's locket glowing red as I lower my hand to its leather grip. See, I heard you were a generous king who bestowed great wealth and gifts of fine weapons and mail upon the brave heroes who grace your presence. I grit my teeth as once again his gusty laughter fills the hall, this time echoed by snickers from a few of his huskarls.
Oh, is that how you see yourself? A brave heroine, a gallant shieldmaiden of the North.
More laughing. Laughing. At me. I'd say it took a little courage to stand against the Storsian serpent, I practically snarl, about ready to start cleaving heads. I didn't see many others with the nerve.
Is that so? He mutters, smile fading. I'm afraid I heard a rather different version of the story.
And I heard, King Gudmund, that your queen is still a virgin, that you never cared to open up her thighs, and that you prefer eels over oysters. The queen goes flush with rage and glares up at her husband, who to my ire only starts to laugh again.
The A word, is it? It's not fitting for a lass to talk that way. Still, you've spoken against my honor.
His throne creaks as he stands up and towers over the rest of the hall.
All right, Angantysdottir. You want a Hjomgang? You got one.
The queen rises, barely half her husband's height. Listen up, men of Glassesfeller, she shouts. The princess here has called a duel. Who will champion the king? A chorus of eager voices cry out, and men shoot up their hands, all tall and lusty fellows. I'd have a good reason to be afraid if I didn't have Tyrfing at my side. But I've won enough duels with my father's sword to know the sort of power I wield. It doesn't matter which of these brutes comes up against me. They'll be worm food. However, the whole hall goes quiet as the green-eyed shepherd, who has been kneeling stoically all this time, rises to his feet. I will champion the king.
Very well, King Gudmund says.
But I'm not too impressed. I scowl at the insult. Chieftains from all over Scandinavia have chosen their fiercest warriors for the Hjom, and their plunder fills my ships. Do you really think it wise to send one of your shepherds up against me? But King Gudmund only chuckles, and the shepherd looks coolly over at me.
"Fear not, Hervor," says the king. "You shall have a worthy opponent. You may be the Princess of Lofoten, but surely, when you still lived at home, you helped your parents with the sheep. This man is my son, Hovind, the Prince of the Deathless Acre."
Florentia, Italy, 406 AD. Trichten Farsmilk? I gasp and turn away and spit as Olden finally slides his thumb out of my mouth. Tritzik. He grins wickedly. I do not understand this tongue, but I can imagine what colorful things you might say. He sighs and stands up. A group of Roman soldiers are trudging up behind him, armor clinking, led by a boy no more than 14, escorted by several Huns on horseback. "Unfortunately," says Olden, "your reputation precedes you. I agreed to hand you over to Sarus if I found you first. We may not have many laws, but it is important to keep your word." "Ordinus dux," says the boy nervously. "Exum prosarus legatus." Olden turns to him and snorts in disbelief. "Do I look like I speak Latin, boy?" The boy swallows and starts again in the Gothic tongue. "King Olden, I am here on behalf of General Sarus." "What is your name, boy?" "Friteric. I am his nephew." "Friteric, you look upset. What is the matter? Are you afraid of me?" Friteric shakes his head unconvincingly. "Or is it that you've never seen the plunder of women?" He looks left and right uneasily. "No? I can see how you might find that unsettling. On the other hand," I hiss up at the Hunnic king as his devious gaze flickers down to me, "perhaps you'd like to try it." "Try..." Friteric straightens up, turning pink as a pig. No thanks. I am to retrieve this woman from you, unmolested, assuming you haven't already violated her yourself." Olden sneers. "What do you take me for?" The sarcasm is lost on him, and Friteric stares at him for a moment in confusion, then nods in my direction, and one of his soldiers comes over and cuts me loose. My freedom, however, is short-lived, as before I can even get to my feet, he shackles my wrist to his own. "There is also a matter of Radagaisus," says Friteric. "I heard he was killed." "Yes." Olden nods at me. "That was her doing." The boy blinks at me in bewilderment. "Her doing?" Yes. Do you have his body? I was instructed to retrieve it as well." "Fair enough." Olden barks something in a strange, unsettling language, and one of the Huns on horseback trots up and holds out a basket. Olden reaches into it and pulls out Radagaisus's head by the hair, the face all twisted and gawking, the skin already a purplish gray. Smiling, he thrusts the severed head into Frideric's chest, and Alden and the Huns burst out laughing as the boy cries out and recoils in horror, and drops the head to the ground with a sickening squelch. Even his own men can't resist a chuckle, and the man I'm chained to raises his fist to hide his smirk. I, however, can't help feeling bad for him. My youngest brother Hydric would be about this age. I can't help feeling a bit protective. I'll carry it, I say, stooping down to pick it up. I killed him. I should be the one to deliver it to your uncle. Frederick nods gratefully as I tuck Radagaisus's head under my arm. All right, then, says Alden, still recovering from his laughter. Leave my camp. Wait, I say. I need my sword. Frederick glances at me doubtfully, then at Alden, who is looking at me with some consideration. Finally, the Hunnic king winces and speaks again to one of his men, who rides off in haste. Very well, Princess Hervor. I will return it to you. I think you may be lying about this curse. Even so, I would not risk the wrath of spirits upon my horde over a trinket. Take it and go. Chapter 6. Hervor. As we leave the Huns, and the cries of violated women fade away behind us, I'm breathing a little easier. Frederick is too by the look of him, though he still seems shaken. Gods, I don't know what kind of man his uncle is, but it seems pretty stupid to me to send a boy no more than 14 to treat with a man like Alden. Hey, Frederick, is it? I ask as we tramp along the crest of a green hill toward the Roman camp. The city of Florentia is still smoking in the distance below, the sun glittering in the Arno River. Frederick looks over his shoulder inquisitively. It's Frederick, yes? And your name is Hervor? I give him a smile. Yes? And are you really a princess? I am in my land, yes. Can't you tell? He shies away, slowly shaking his head. Pretty dumb to ask a thing like that, when my face is smeared with soot, and there's crusted blood all over my hands and mail and in my hair. He might think differently once I've bathed and changed out of my fighting gear. Look, I just want to say I'm glad you came when you did. I think you can guess what might have happened if you hadn't come along. You really saved me. Thanks. He looks back, smiling, a tinge of pink in his cheeks. It was nothing, really. I was only following orders. No, you were pretty brave back there. Going to the Huns? With just a couple men? I know he was having fun with you, but that took courage. In my language we have a word, drengeliger. It's the highest compliment among my people. It means heartstrong, brave, like a warrior. I don't know about that, he says bashfully. Neither do I, but I can tell it makes him feel good. He makes my heart a little sore, young Frederick. He has me missing home. Like I said, he reminds me of my favorite brother. He also brings back memories of another young man who used to blush around me like that. A young man who met his death head-on with a battle cry in his throat. Drengeliger. I lower my gaze to the sword in his grasp. He's carrying Tyrfing by the scabbard. It almost looks too big for him. Not in literal size, but in another sense. Like its power is too much for him. It makes him look especially young, innocent. I can see he's never spilled blood before. I catch him looking down at it curiously, turning it this way and that as the morning light catches in the ruby bulging from the silver locket. Captivated by this blade of otherworldly craftsmanship, wrought in dwarf hatred. The silver pommel shaped like a clenched fist. The crossguard, Fenrir's gaping jaws. the red leather scabbard, the very color of blood. It is a weapon of great beauty, Tyrfing, but a malevolent beauty. Frederick? He starts a little as he looks back, as though I've broken him from a trance. Be careful with that. Don't draw it, whatever you do. Right, he says. You told Olden it was cursed. He smirks like he thinks I was playing games when I said it. But he must see in my face how serious I am, because it quickly fades into an uneasy look. That curse has destroyed my family for generations. Why not get rid of it, then? You could have left it with Olden. Then he'd have the curse. I smile sadly at his innocence. It's not that simple. There's a power, a very dark power, over it. And over me. Glassesfeller, 403 AD. Every place does Hjolmgangs a little differently. The most traditional Hjolmgangs are fought on actual islands, and the only rule is whoever leaves alive is the winner. But often, the Hjolm is symbolic, and the duel is fought in a drawn-out ring, or within 4 posts. Some places there's a rule about who strikes first. Sometimes the duelists have to stand on shields and knock each other off. And on one occasion, I fought a man buried up to his waist because I'm a woman, and he was twice my size. They had to bury him twice. However, nothing is as unusual as what they do in Glassesfeller. Hofund, Prince Hofund, and I are facing each other on a raft in the middle of the fjord. Mist rises from the glassy water in the golden dawn, and all around us are huge longships full of people from all over the valley. Even more folk are crowded along the shore, many of them looming over those around them, some with children perched on their shoulders. But no one looms taller than King Gudmund. In the nearest ship, he towers over everyone else aboard, leaning against the mast with his big arms crossed. In front of him stands his dark-haired queen, robed in blue and black like a vulva priestess. Her arms spread wide as she proclaims the rules of the Hjolmgang. It's pretty simple. The first one off the raft is the loser, and will be put to death. Amid the others, I see one of my own smaller ships rowing up for a better view. The crew looks sternly on. They've seen me do this many times. This is how many of them came to serve me. But this, they think, is different. They're concerned. But I'll show them. I'll show them who their princess is. Hell herself can't stop me. I blow out slowly and twitch my fingers as the queen ends and calls on Hofund to recite the rules. He's looking fine this morning, Hofund. Far more princely than the last I saw him, with a nice green tunic under his mail shirt and a sword at his side. He'll make a handsome figure entering Valhalla. He finishes up and gives me a sort of sad smile, like it's all too bad it's come to this. Jarl, what does he think he volunteered for? He gazes at me with his green eyes, and I stare him down, trying to murder him with looks alone, and my voice is laced with hostility as I take my turn saying the rules. Then we both slowly reach for our swords, hands hovering over the hilts. But as drums begin to pound, and we wait for the horn blast that will start the duel, a smile spreads across Hofund's lips, and he sinks into a lower stance. The horn sounds. I dart at him with a bark, but before I get a single step, Loki! He leaps 6 feet into the air. The raft rocks and sloshes this way and that, and if I didn't spend so much time at sea, I would have been overboard just like that. But I find my balance, swaying back and forth with the motion of the raft, bending my knees and leaning smoothly backward as he lands heavily, and the raft rises swiftly at a sharp decline. Then tilting forward, my arms spread out as I come down again, and he goes up. Then on the next ascent, I find my timing. Using the raft's momentum, I launch myself at him with a shriek, whipping Tyrfing from its sheath, its red sheen glinting on the water. This Hjolmgang is about to be over in a single stroke. I'll cut right through his mail and slice him in half like a block of lard. Only I never get the chance to fully draw my father's sword. Instead of going on the defensive, Hofen rushes to meet me, and with blinding speed, catches me by the wrist just before the tip of the blade scrapes out past the locket, and rams Tyrfing back into the scabbard right up to the hilt. Stunned, I stare up at him in shock. He eyes me coolly, a slight smirk on his lips, his hand still wrapped around my wrist. Gods, he has the strength of 10 men. I whirl to the right and try to wrench free of his grasp, but Loki, I can't fight his grip. He's too strong. I think I made a mistake picking fights in glasses, feller. He grabs me by the other arm and pulls me back against him. Then he leans over me and lowers his face to my ear. "Do you yield?" he asks softly, his warm breath whispering through my hair. But I'm not finished yet. I growl savagely and butt my head back against his chest. "Suckle your father!" I kick my heel up between his legs as hard as I can, and if he wasn't so much taller than me, I would have dropped him then and there. Instead, he only gives a disapproving sniff, then shoves me so hard it sends me scuttling towards the edge of the raft, and with a squeal, I splash face first into the fjord. Chapter 7. Hervor, Florentia, Italy, 406 AD. The Roman camp is everything I'd expected from the imperial legions. Rows and rows of crisp white tents, all pitched in perfectly straight lines. Red and gold banners flying. They even have a stake wall set up around the perimeter. Loki, when did they have time to do that? Sentries in polished helms and breastplates and scarlet capes stand in the entrances, absolutely still, only their eyes shifting about. They thrust out their right hands as we approach. Frederick returns the gesture, then they snap back to their original position. Gods, these men are sharp. They even have their prisoners acting in an orderly fashion, marching through the camp in neat lines, or sitting in straight rows on the grass under the supervision of the legionaries. Women and children mostly, but a good number of men too. Goths, who until last night had served under Radagaisus. It's a little awkward walking by them with the severed head of their king tucked under my arm. My skin prickles as I feel their looks of betrayal, and I keep my eyes cast down. I wince as some woman shouts a curse at me, and Frederick looks back uncertainly as a few others join her, spitting at me and calling the wrath of the gods upon me until the guards shut them up. It's the story of my life. But it seems I'm not the only one to turn their back on their leader, for as we head further into the camp, I see something that would have Radagaisus turning in his grave, had I bothered to dig him one. A long line of Gothic men and their families snakes through the tents. At first, I can't tell what they're in line for. Bread and water, I assume, the way the line is moving. But as Frederick and his men lead me past them, I see they're all waiting to kneel before a man draped in green and gold silk. A priest of the Christ God. He's flanked by 2 white-robed acolytes, one holding a tall wooden staff topped with a golden cross, the other holding a wash basin. "What is your name?" asks the priest in Gothic as the next man sinks to his knee before him. "Gabarus," he says. "I know him. He was one of Radagaisus's captains." "Gabarus, ego te baptizo." The priest dips a scallop shell into the wash basin and sprinkles his head 3 times as he says, "In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti." "Amen," says Gabarus. He rises to his feet as the priest waves the sign of the cross over him. Then a legionary shakes his hand and hands him a scarlet cape. Now I see what this is all about, and my stomach starts to squirm. Joining up with Sarus and the Romans is one thing, but baptism? Loki, I have enough trouble without setting myself against the gods. 2 sentries throw at their hands in salute as we approach a large white tent in the middle of the camp, and one of them briskly ducks inside. He comes back out a second later, and he and his counterpart hold open the flaps for us. Inside, a man in gleaming body armor, who I can only assume is General Sarus, is sitting at a table draped with maps, muscular forearms twitching with the movements of a reed pen as he writes on dried papyrus paper with methodical care. Frederick marches stiffly into the center of the tent, wheels sharply toward the table, and I can't help smirking at his enthusiasm as he stomps to attention and thrusts out his hand. "Legatus?" Sarus keeps on writing. "Adotium," he says, without looking up, and Frederick places Tyrfing on the desk and steps back. There are 3 others in the tent. 2 red-caped soldiers standing perfectly still, eyes straight ahead, and a woman in a stained purple garment with a soot-smeared face and dark, disheveled hair. A Roman woman. An important woman if she's in this tent. If I had to guess, I'd say her husband is the man lying at the bottom of the aqueduct, somewhere north of the city. She stares at me with fear and rage as I'm brought before the general, chains clinking, and I nearly wince. I know what I must look like to her. A wild, blood-soaked barbarian with a severed head tucked under my arm. Her chest heaving, her red-rimmed eyes dart back to Sarus. There's a tension there, the way she's looking at him. Gratitude mixed with disdain. Then it hits me. Sarus might be her savior, but beneath his gleaming Roman armor, he's still a Goth. She's suspicious of him. She'll be wanting him to prove his loyalty to the Empire, probably with a show of vengeance or retribution against the people who ravaged her city. I'd better be careful. Sarus finishes his sentence, then sets down his pen and looks up. Usually men are taken with my beauty. I'm used to looks full of lust or admiration. What I'm not used to is indifference. If he finds me attractive, he doesn't show it. He takes in the sight of me, his gaze cold with appraisal, calculating my worth, weighing my usefulness. Suddenly, I'm eager to impress him. His eyes rest on Radagaisus's severed head tucked under my arm, and he holds out his hand. The soldier I'm chained to and I step forward, and I offer it to him. He takes it in his hands, turning it left and right as he examines it without emotion, then looks up at the Roman woman and says something in Latin that causes her to nod slowly, her eyes wide and fierce. He says something else, and one of his men takes Radagaisus's head from him and ducks out of the tent, presumably to mount it on a spike. "So," he says in Gothic, his eyes fixed on me again, "you are this Hervor woman we've been hearing about." The Roman woman looks between us with indignation, and at a gesture from Sarus, Frederick relays what he says in Latin. "I am, yes, Hervor Angantysdottir, Princess of Lofoten." The woman scoffs as Frederick mutters this back to her. I glare at her out of the corner of my eye, but decide not to ask her what's so funny, and turn my attention back to Sarus, who looks like he could care less. "I am Sarus Legatus, the Legion commander." "How are the gods?" He gives the question a slight sneer, and gets right to business. "You killed Radagaisus?" I nod and explain how we escaped from Florentia together, with the help of the city magistrate, and how after promising to let him go, Radagaisus threw him from the aqueduct. He abandoned his men, broke his word, and I had no wish to serve a vanquished king with no army and no wealth, who had showed himself to be an honorless coward. I paid him the honor price to release myself from his oath of bond service, and when I told him I would go over to you, he insulted me unforgivably, and for that, I took his head." His eyes shift down to where Tyrfing lays near the edge of his desk, and I dig my nails into my palms as he delicately lifts it up in both hands as he looks it over, apparently intrigued with its exquisite craftsmanship. "My sword, Tyrfing, the blade of my fathers. It is a weapon of tremendous power. It can cut through shields and mail like butter, and the smallest nick brings death by sunset. But I warn you, it is cursed with a dark power that haunts my line." He glances up at me, his brow raised doubtfully. "Please be careful, and don't draw it. It can't be unsheathed without spilling blood." I pause to swallow the lump in my throat. Many have died needlessly because of this. He sniffs with disdain. "Typical pagan superstitious nonsense." He doesn't believe a word of it. He wraps his hand around the grip, and I hold my breath as for a moment I'm sure he's about to slide it from the scabbard. To my relief, he sets the blade back down. "Legatus, General," I say, anxious to prove I'm valuable. "I was a commander in the Gothic warband." I nod at the entrance. "I saw out there a large number of men being recruited into your legions. With Radagaisus dead, and his general Brassus, I am now the ranking commander among the Goths. It would be natural for them to follow my leadership if—" My heart is pounding in my throat as I near the moment that will determine my future. "If you were to accept me into your army and give me a position suitable for one of my standing." Sarus starts chuckling quietly, and a pit forms in my stomach. The woman glares between us with wide eyes as Frederick finishes translating, and acidly says something that's probably along the lines of, "You're not seriously considering this she-devil's proposal." Sarus holds up his hand, winning another indignant look from the woman.
You want to command in my legion?"
I raise my chin a little higher, though I have a sick feeling about how this is going. "I believe it's a how do you say it? Tribunus? Is that right?"
Frederick looks at me, wincing as a grin breaks out on his uncle's face.
Tribunus? You want me to make you an imperial tribune?
Heat rushes into my cheeks as he starts chuckling again. A dry, quiet chuckling. The sounds of it echoes in my bones. Bugs are crawling under my skin. How dare you laugh at me, I say, my voice quivering with emotion. I am the Princess of Lofoten. I am a skilled warrior, a shieldmaiden of high renown. I've led men on land and sea. I've fought, dueled, and raided from Ladoga to... His smile fades.
You are a pagan and a woman. You have no place in the Imperial legions.
A lump forms in my throat. He hasn't even given me the option to get baptized. I hang my head, wishing this meeting was a little more private. Legatus, if this is a matter of proving myself to you, perhaps later, when we are alone. Scandalized, Frederick stares at me uneasily, his voice trailing off, hesitant to translate my proposal. Sarus, too, appears caught off guard, and he frowns at me uncertainly for a moment. Then he bursts out laughing.
Is that how you won Radagaisus's favor? I should have known.
Hot tears sting my eyes. My shame is complete, and I stand there shaking while he tries to compose himself. He takes a deep breath, his smile fading, then breaking out again, then disappearing for good.
I would of course expect such favoritism from a savage like him, he says soberly. But this isn't some barbarian warband. This is an imperial legion. We are civilized men, Christians, and we operate at a higher standard than what you pagans are accustomed to. I expect discipline, integrity, and self-governance from my legionaries, right down to the greenest tyro. How much more, then, must I, their leader, embody these virtues? I mean, can you imagine if a man like me so easily succumbed to the wiles of a beautiful woman? It wouldn't take long before it was my head on a pike.
He looks at me thoughtfully, that calculating look in his eye.
You are renowned, Hervor, yes. That is why you are here and not with the Huns. You are valuable, but not as a soldier in my ranks. God forbid. He folds his hands on the desk. I mean to make a gift of you.
My heart sinks.
The Magister Militum, that is, the top commander of the Roman military, Stilicho is his name. He is a man I admire greatly. And yet, while he is my superior, I consider him a rival. Anyway, his wife, Serena, lives in Rome. Lovely woman, devout believer, very kind. She's taken to sharing the gospel with her servants, pagans like yourself. I imagine preaching the good news to a northern princess would give her quite a thrill.
The Roman woman says something that makes him scoff.
No, of course not. As the magistrix here says, it would be ignorant of me to send you to her without some preparation. You will first be instructed in the virtues of humility and servitude.
His face darkens with a particular cruelty as he leans in over the desk.
In your time as my personal slave.
Glasses filler, 403 A.D. I lost the Hjom gang. This is bad. I come up for breath with a gasp, sputtering and blinking as I twist this way and that in the fjord. Up in the longships, They're still cheering at my defeat and laughing at the way Hofen threw me in. What's their plan? To let me drown? They'll be waiting a long time. Then, in King Gudmund's ship, a couple men are knocking arrows. I swim for the raft where Hofen's standing, but as I reach up to pull myself aboard, an arrow thwacks into the edge, and I give a startled yelp as I bob beneath the surface. Laughter peals out from the ships. I recover and try again, but another shaft cuts me off. Loki, they're toying with me. I jerk away as an arrow plunks into the water close by. They're taking shots from all around. The water sloshes as I narrowly dodge another, all tense and shivering with desperation. Prince Hofen smiles down at me from the raft, shaking his head. Behind me, King Gudmund's drinking from a horn, looking on with grim amusement while his bitch queen watches my torment with obvious delight. Pretty stupid coming here and hurling insults. Maybe if I'd had a chance to get out Tyrfing, things might have been different. But as it is, things are looking pretty bleak. I'll get no help from my men. Not after losing a Hjolmgang. They're honor-bound not to interfere. Even if they weren't, they can't fight through every man in Glassesveller. I cry out as an arrow skims off my shoulder, and I go under, black water boiling and bubbling. I come back up with a gasp, greeted with mocking laughter from all around. "Get on with it," I shout, my voice breaking from the meanness of what they're doing. "Just put me out of my misery already." But this only makes them laugh all the more, and a well-placed shot catches in my hair and yanks my head around. "Mercy, please, I've had enough." But King Gudmund only shakes his head and takes a drink from his horn. "Mercy," says his queen. "You accused my husband the king of Erg. Hell can have you." "Please, I'm sorry," I cry between mouthfuls of water. The queen lifts her hand, and a dozen men draw their bows together. "Die with a little more dignity," she says. I shut my eyes and prepare myself for Niflheim. "Wait, just wait," comes a voice from behind me.
"What is it, my son?"
asks King Gudmund. "Please, just hold a moment," says the prince, and I twist around to face him. "Hervor," he asks, "do you truly repent of the things you said to my father?" "Yes, I repent." I throw a dripping hand over one eye. "I swear in Odin's name." Hofen strokes his beard. "Mother, father, I ask it as a boon to me that we let her live. Despite her hostile looks and poisonous words, when I first set eyes on her, I found her to be the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. For once it seems my good looks have got me out of trouble and not into it." "Hofen," says the queen, "you have redeemed your father's honor. Let her pay for her shame with her death." Hofen grins slyly. "I say, mother, let her pay for it another way." Chapter 8. Ravenna, Italy. October 406 AD. The Senate is in an uproar. An amphitheater full of richly clad, balding and white-haired men, yelling and shaking their fists, spittle flying from their lips. He eyes the shouting mob apathetically. He cannot discern what any one of them is saying over their cacophony, but by the looks of their red faces, twisted with hate and anger, they might as well be calling for his crucifixion. They aren't. At least not yet. "Order! Order, please!" calls the emperor, waving back at them from his throne. "For heaven's sake, settle down!" Almost begrudgingly, the Senate goes quiet, with only the odd hostile muttering lingering on. The Emperor clears his throat, and then that too goes silent. He takes a deep breath. "I must say, Stilicho," says the Emperor, stroking the pet rooster on his lap, "it seems you're in a bit of trouble." He has the urge to laugh, but maintains his stoic composure. Yes, he's in trouble, personally, not the Empire, certainly not glorious Rome. He raises his chin ever so slightly as Olympius stands up among his fellow senators. He should be careful of this one. He's been speaking up a lot recently. Speaking up against him.
"At your counsel," says Olympius accusingly, "we dipped into the imperial treasury to pay General Sarus and these Hunnic mercenaries you solicited. And the result? Radagaisus is dead. His warband vanquished."
Honorius frowns, his eyes darting back and forth. Then the throne creaks as he twists back to look at him.
"Wouldn't that mean his plan was a success?"
"Indeed, noble Caesar. But with the eradication of one threat, 2 more have sprung up in its place."
Olympius turns back to him with a condescending sneer.
"Our forces in Britain have revolted, joined up with this pagan king, Vortigern. The whole province has fallen to him, and as we speak, his ships are landing in western Gaul. And in the northeast, Gunther and his barbarian horde have crossed the Rhine into eastern Gaul, and are seizing town after town. Have not the citizens of Rome already paid for their defense? And what have they gotten? Britain lost, Gaul about to fall. And let me guess, he's about to ask for money. More Roman gold to put in barbarian hands."
Something changes in the Emperor's eyes, the way he's looking at him. Disappointment. Betrayal, even. "You make it sound, Senator Olympius, as though you are questioning my allegiance. It is true. Caesar has been paying significant sums of money to barbarians at my advice. And it is true, as you all know, that I am half barbarian myself. I can understand how one might be skeptical of my sympathies, given my blood. But be careful what you are suggesting, Olympius, for I will remind you, the same blood runs through the veins of the Empress herself." Olympius cringes as the Emperor glares back at him with sudden indignation.
"That's true, Senator. Are you insinuating something about my wife?" No, Caesar, of course not." "That's what I thought. Now sit down."
He breathes a little easier as Emperor Honorius turns back to him and resumes petting his rooster.
"Well, go on, Stilicho. Tell us how you mean to contend with these threats to the Empire."
"Indeed. Let me first reassure the Senate that the money we've spent early in the year will be sufficient, for the time being. Sarus has been moving northeast with the Hunnic mercenaries into position to respond. I've already dispatched orders for him to enter Gaul and engage the coalition forces."
"And what of our province of Britain?" asks the senator.
He sighs. "We've lost Britain."
"Don't you mean you've lost Britain, General?"
growls Olympius, causing the men around him to frown and nod. "If you recall, I warned the Senate months ago that our troops were not being paid and on the verge of revolt. Caesar himself said we cannot expect our men to fight without their wages." Honorius nods and holds out his hand like this is common sense. And yet, he pauses, considering the lunacy of attributing blame to a rooster. Because we did not increase the budget for imperial defense, the money was simply not there. We did not pay our soldiers in Britain. Vortigern did. Now they fight for him. There is some grumbling among them, but there is little argument to make. Now, while we cannot leave Britain to the pagans, the Emperor's mouth suddenly drops open and his eyes shoot wide. Ouch! Ouch, Rome! Don't pinch! That's my leg! Bad! Bad cock! He lifts the rooster up into the air. Someone! You there! Come take Rome! He's going back in his coop until he learns to respect his father! A serving woman in a long gray-blue tunic comes and accepts the rooster from the Emperor. Watch his talons! He can be vicious when he gets in a mood. The rooster crows as the serving woman whisks him away. The Emperor scowls after him, then pulls his toga up past his thigh, wincing as he inspects the faint red lines in his flesh. That might leave a mark. Finally, he resituates his clothing and sits up with a sniff. You were saying, General? I was saying we must focus our attention on Gaul. Gunther has been consolidating power, watching, calculating, waiting for the moment to strike. He is no war chief. He is nothing like Olden or Radagaisus, or even Alaric. He is a cunning adversary who relies on his words and his friends. What he has accomplished in the north in uniting the Germanic tribes must not be understated. He is our most powerful foe, a greater threat even than your brother in the east. However, Caesar may be assured I have a plan which, if implemented correctly, will not only bring the barbarians to heel, but will bring Britain back under Roman rule and give us the upper hand over all our enemies. Oh, well, that's a relief, sighs the Emperor. You had me a little worried there for a moment. Tell us about this plan of yours. He shifts uneasily and folds his hand behind his back. Caesar will forgive me, but I dare not. It's rather sensitive in nature. Emperor Honorius gives him a devious look. You mean to say it's a secret plan? Indeed. Oh, how exciting, says Honorius, clapping his hands with glee. Bravo, man! Bravo! All I will say is that our spies have informed me of a weakness in the Germanic coalition. We will exploit this weakness and cut the head off the snake. The assembly adjourns, and he strides out of the amphitheater, flanked by 2 purple-cloaked Praetorian guards. Outside on the street, a troop of young men in makeup and gold paint waits for the amphitheater to empty. They smile, and some of them greet him by name as he passes by. He nods politely and tells them to have a good practice, though inwardly his stomach coils with disgust. These are the Romans of today, the real Romans, and this is the once great Roman Empire. Its government no longer seated in Rome at all, its imperial senate sharing space with the theater club. And yet none of them see it. Honorius, Olympius, the Senate, none of them. He'll continue carrying the empire on his back while he can, but he can see the vultures circling. They're getting fed up with him asking for more money, fed up with the constant incursions, fed up with answering to a half-barbarian savage. It's only a matter of time. It's only a question of what will fall first, Rome or himself. In the shade of the portico, A pair of Praetorians clop smartly to attention as he approaches the entrance to the lavish manor several blocks from where the Senate assembles. The bronze door opens up for him, leading to a courtyard where a colonnade surrounds a blue-green pool in the midst of palm trees and lush vegetation. Icarius is in the pool, elbows up over the side, reading a scroll. He walks around the colonnade toward him, and ferns rustle as he sits down next to him at the edge of the pool.
"What's that you're reading?"
Icarius doesn't look up from the scroll. "A sermon from Bishop Augustine." He takes off his sandals and dips his feet in the cool water as he sifts through the pile of letters in front of his son, separating the opened ones from those still sealed.
"Any word from Rome?"
"There's a letter to you from Mother. She wrote to me, too, with Dermantia. You can read it if you want." He nudges a stack of creased papyrus papers toward him. "It's pretty long."
"Oh, good. Thank you."
"And there's also one for you from Placidia."
"Placidia?
What does Her Imperial Highness want with me? You're the one she's going to be marrying."
"It's opened."
"You read it?
What does she say?"
His son glances up at him with an arched brow, then looks back down to the scroll.
"She's upset with the number of incursions of late." "She's not the only one, believe me. She, and I quote, implores you as the master of horse and foot of glorious Rome to act according to your office and use whatever measures are in your power to put a stop to these godless barbarians once and for all, in the name of Jesus."
He breathed out slowly through his nostrils. He had brought her up in his own household, like one of his own daughters. She would have been too young to remember her real parents. And yet here she was, Princess Galla Placidia, the Emperor's 14-year-old sister, telling him to act according to his office.
"She's just scared," says Eucharius, rolling further down in the scroll. "If only the Senate was that scared, or her brother. He's afraid enough to move the capital here, but not afraid enough to increase military expenditure."
He shakes his head. "God help us if they stop paying Alaric."
Eucharius snorts. "They're not that stupid." "You might be surprised."
He looks up as a servant girl comes by carrying a jug and pair of goblets. "Water, my lords?"
"Yes, please. Actually, no. Wine for me and my son."
Eucharius frowns up from the scroll as the woman nods and hurries off.
"What's the occasion?" "Well, I've got a job for you, if you want it. It'll be dangerous."
Eucharius rolls up the scroll and sets it down with the pile of letters.
"I'm listening." "I need you to ride north into Gaul, to deliver a message."
Eucharius raises his chin. "What sort of message?"
"A very important one."
"Ah, thank you," he says, as the serving woman returns with 2 cups of wine. He takes the goblets from her and hands one to his son. Eucharius eyes him inquisitively. "And what exactly are we drinking to?" He smiles deviously.
"To Gunther," he says, "and his fall."
Chapter 9. Lacus Lamanus, Gaul. Sigurd sits cross-legged on a mat of orange and brown leaves, with a map of Europe spread out before him. He strokes his chin, wincing, then rubs the back of his head. Gunther's campaign is turning out to be more complex than he expected. He looks out at the thousands of hide tents and shelters arrayed at the bottom of the hill all along the shore of the lake. Gray tendrils from hundreds of fires rise into the pale sky, and countless men mill about below, cooking, sharpening weapons, fishing in the pristine waters. He knows where he is, camped in the northwestern foothills of the Alps, where the Rhone River flows down from the glaciers into the eastern end of Lake Lemanus, which on his map looks like a tipped-over moon or a frown. It's where everyone else is that he's never sure of. Once in a while, a rider will come in from Brunhilde's group with word she's taken some place or another, except by the time it reaches him, that news is already 3 or 4 days old. He's only received a report from Vortigern once so far, and only because Brunhilde had related to him out of courtesy. Not that it mattered. What does concern him, though, is the enemy. This General Sarus is somewhere in northern Italy, on the other side of the Alps, with 2 legions of Gothic warriors, and some unknown thousands of Hunnic mercenaries. And he's supposed to hold them off. That is, once they come to intervene. He has scouts spying on their position, but word from them arrives quite infrequently. It's been over a week since he's heard from them. He's growing anxious. He supposes, however, they are hundreds of miles away on the other side of the mountains. Still, it would be nice to know. All this waiting and wondering is giving him the worst case of butterflies. He's considered marching through the Alps himself and dealing with them in Italy before they even get to Gaul. Then the threat would be gone, and Gunther's campaign would be finished before the Romans can get another army together. Of course, it'd be just his luck that as soon as he set out, Sarus would do the same. Only he'd take the northern pass, and Sarus would take the south. The scouts would arrive too late, they'd miss each other completely, and Brunhilde would get blindsided like this Radagaisus fellow, and he'd have let everyone down. All because he didn't know where anybody was. He looks up at the sound of crunching leaves. His midget, Alberic, is leading another man through the naked trees toward him.
A message, Sigurd, Lord.
He stands up eagerly.
A message? From the south? Tell me the enemy is moving.
The messenger looks awkwardly between him and Alberic as he removes his helm.
Not so, Lord.
The man takes a knee.
Lord, I bring urgent news from Worms. From Gunther? No, Sigurd, Lord. From Gertrud, your wife. I am afraid she is in great distress.
His heart goes into his throat.
Urgent news? Great distress? What's the matter? What's wrong? He gasps. The pregnancy! Oh, gods, the baby! Is the baby all right? The baby's fine, Lord. It's your son, Hamdir. Hamdir? Oh, no! What? Is he sick? Is he hurt? What is it, man?
His chest tightens, and he can feel his hair turning gray, his blood chilling in his veins as the messenger squeezes his eyes shut, wincing like he doesn't want to say it, like it's too awful to put into words. Sigurd holds his breath, imagining the worst.
It's about that stuffed horse of his.
He blinks.
What? His stuffed horse? Granny?
Yes.
No one can find it. He's inconsolable. Princess Gertrud thought you might have some idea.
He shuts his eyes and pinches the bridge of his nose as he lets out a long, irritated sigh.
You rode more than 300 miles to ask me if I know where a toddler's stuffed animal is?
The messenger quickly bows his head.
You're right, Sigurd, Lord. It's foolish. I'll tell her you don't know, and not to bother you with such— Whoa, wait. Just wait. Don't do that. Let me see. He did have it when we got to Worms.
He tries to think of any place a child might use for a cave or a pen.
Did they check the cupboards?
Every drawer and cabinet in the palace.
What about outside? They might have been throwing it around and tossed it out a window. We looked. He snaps his fingers. The rafters! In the great hall! The messenger frowns. The rafters? Yes, the rafters. Him and Sorley were in there throwing it up in the air the day of the war council. I bet it got stuck. Some maids will have to get a long pole or a ladder, or throw something up at it until it comes down. Very well, I'll let her know. Oh. Wait, he says as the man turns to go. Could you ask her what she thinks of the name Grimhild? The messenger draws in a breath as he turns back. If I may, Lord, Grimhild sounds an awful lot like Kriemhild. I'm not sure she'll see much difference. No, I suppose they are pretty similar. I could tell her you're fond of names ending in Hild, though, if you wouldn't mind. But it's well known the princess wished to name the girl after her mother. Sigurd sighs. Indeed, thank you. He dismisses the messenger with a wave of his hand, and Alberic looks at him sympathetically. I guess you'll be naming the baby Rowena, then? Looks that way, he says glumly. He rubs the back of his head. Is there really no word yet from the scouts? His shoulders sag as the midget shakes his head, and he traipses back toward the map. Chapter 10. Hervor, the Po River, northern Italy. Loki's children. I've never taken so much punishment in my life. It makes the beatings I used to get from Frodmar seem like gentle treatment in comparison. And no one's even laid a hand on me. I thought when Sarus said he intended to prepare me for this Serena woman, he meant he was going to whip the savage out of me. That I could have dealt with. Unfortunately, Sarus prefers to use other methods. And gods does he know how to make me sorry. I struggle for breath, shivering in the frigid air in this thin linen tunic, my whole body racked with agony. My back and shoulders are burning. My bare feet are numb with cold, and I can't feel my fingers at all. This misery has lasted for hours, all night since before it was dark. Now, at long last, the sun is beginning to rise, and I shut my eyes and tilt my head back between my elbows and thank the gods as footsteps crunch in the silver-dusted grass. Hervor, whispers Frederick, are you awake? Normally I might say something sarcastic about being able to fall asleep tied up like this, but instead, I give in and start sobbing at the sound of his voice. Oh, all right, let's get you down. He gives a nod, and a pair of legionaries step up on the other side of me, one of them bracing my wrists, the other reaching up to untie my hands. Thank you, I whisper. Thank you. Good. Now bring down her arms, nice and easy. I'm so weak, and I'm in such pain I can barely stand. I collapse forward with a gasp. One of the legionaries catches me in his arm and lowers me to the ground, where I lie trembling, panting in pain, my aching arms curled against my chest. I've brought you some breakfast. Can you sit? I try to push myself up, but I'm too sore, and I slump back down, and the legionary has to help me prop up into a sitting position. Then Frederick kneels in front of me and sets a bowl down in the frosty grass. He's a little awkward about it and doesn't meet my gaze. I don't think he's spent much time with women. He takes out 2 of those flat, rock-hard biscuits everyone in this army is always eating, and dips it in the bowl.
What's that? I ask weakly. Pasca. I can barely hide my disgust. I hate this sour drink these legionaries love so much. Dry red wine mixed with water, vinegar, and the tiniest bit of honey. I'd rather drink seawater than this dog piss. At least Radagaisus had proper mead. However, I accept the biscuit from him and eat it gratefully, and I even take the bowl and have a few gulps of that horrid drink. Roman slave girls drink Pasca and like it, and if Sarus finds out I've been turning up my nose or making faces, oh gods, I don't even want to think about that. Is Sarus awake? I ask, after I finish the other biscuit and have another drink from the bowl. I need to apologize. There's something in his eyes. Sympathy? Disappointment, maybe? I guess he's seen me taken down a few notches. He nods. He sent me to get you. He either sees the fear in my face or feels me go tense, for he gives me a reassuring look. I'll be there too. Thanks, I say anxiously, and the legionaries help me up as I gather the strength to stand. I'd better not keep him waiting. Glassesfeller, May, 403 A.D. A year in Glassesfeller. That's what I owe Hofen for my life. Still, it's not a price I'm glad to pay. I've lost everything. My men were released from their oaths of bond service the second I hit the water, and my thralls were all set free by order of King Gudmund. And how do you think they left? With all my ships and treasure, everything I've risked my life for over the last 2 years. I've got nothing now, except Tyrfing and the clothes on my back. Well, Hofen has given me a log house overlooking the valley, and 2 slave women to look after it. Supposedly it's a romantic gesture. He means to court me, I guess. If I was him, I would have just taken me as a bed slave, or even forced me to be his wife. It's not like I would have had a choice. Apparently that's what he wants, though. For me to choose him. But I'll not be won over so easily. I think it's pretty unfair the way he beat me, rocking the raft like that. How was I supposed to expect that? Maybe if I'd grown up here, I might have seen it coming. If we fought again, I don't think he'd get away with it a second time. I'd make sure I got Tyrfing out, and that would be a different story. I spend most days walking among the valley with Leave and Suva, my 2 thrallmates. I don't have a horse here, which is too bad because there's nothing I'd like better than to tear across these lush pastures on a stallion. The horses here in Glassfeller are strong and beautiful, but the best horses come from up north in Borg, the town I would have inherited if I hadn't gone into exile. Gods, I miss Trimdi, my horse from back in Offitfjord. There isn't much for me to do here, though. I practice archery, I go swimming, I take long treks through the blue-green forests, but mostly I'm just biding my time. I've sworn to live here peacefully. No feuds, no fighting, no duels, no insults. Loki, I barely know what to do with myself. Still, though, the second I swore that oath, it's like everyone forgot what I said to King Gudmund. I mean, no one's actually forgotten, but they don't hold it against me. They treat me like a princess. It's like I came in peace to Glassesfeller, and they're all trying to make me feel welcome. Except perhaps the Queen. She still hates me, I'm pretty sure, even if she tries not to show it. I generally try to avoid her if I see her around. I know myself well enough to know I can't hold my tongue. And if things get heated, well, even if I can actually get Tyrfing out of its sheath, I won't be fighting my way out of here. Hofund, on the other hand, is always happy to see me. Sometimes I'll run into him in the village, or if I come out of the woods into a field where he's working with his thralls, he'll wave and call my name and come running over. And then Liv and Suva will start blushing and whispering things to me about his dreamy smile and pretty green eyes, or how many sheep and pigs he has and how fat and healthy they all are, how rugged and masculine he looks all sweaty in the sun. Loki! When I see him, all I can think of is him forcing Tyrfing back into its scabbard, and how I'm stuck here. It gets my blood boiling, really, and I have to keep it short and walk away. And then the gifts start coming, all kinds of stuff, silver, jewelry, regal dresses, fine furs. I won't say none of it catches my eye. It's all extravagant, and I'd be thrilled to carry just a little of what he sends off as plunder. But having it brought to me this way, and what it means, I can't accept it. And whenever one of his servants brings something like this over, I have Liv or Suva send them away. It drives them crazy. But they don't understand. No one does. To everyone else, Hofund is a handsome, charming, wealthy prince who wants to woo me. But that's not what he is to me. To me, he's an enemy, a foe I couldn't beat. Not even with Tyrfing. The Po River, Northern Italy, 406 A.D. Sarus is alone in his tent, kneeling in the cold grass before a wooden cross mounted between two candles on a side table. 2 more candles flicker on his desk, illuminating some correspondence. Incoming from the looks of the broken wax seal at either end of the creased papyrus paper. On the other side of the tent, the heavy wool blankets are neatly folded at the edge of his cot. Legatus? Says Frederick quietly, throwing out his Roman salute. For a moment, Sarus ignores us, continuing to whisper under his breath with his head bowed. Then he straightens up and makes the sign of the cross, and after another pause, looks back at us over his shoulder. Though the movement kills me, I drop to my knees at once and throw myself before him. Domine, Deo Domine, I'm sorry, master. Forgive me. He faces forward. Go on. I am a savage, I say with a quivering voice, as I begin the words of penance he's made me carefully rehearse. My father and forefathers were savages. My mother and foremothers were savages. I am a child of ignorance and depravity, barely more than an animal. But with the, I look up in fear as he glares back at me. With the guidance, with the discipline and guidance of a patient master. To my relief, he nods and turns ahead. I might rise out of the sorry state of my people, who wallow like pigs in their barbarian ways, and become civilized.
Very well, he says, rising to his feet. You are forgiven. You may continue to serve me. Though I expect you'll think twice about flashing your eyes again.
Just him saying that makes me tense up like he's about to kick me in the ribs. No, master, that was wrong of me and utterly foolish. I won't do it again. I swear on the God. My heart skips a beat, and I swallow nervously before correcting myself. I swear it.
Indeed. Water for me and the young officer.
I rise and go to where there's a flagon and cups on a small table near his desk. But I still haven't fully regained the feeling in my arms. My hands are trembling, and I can barely lift the flagon. But I don't dare spill it. Oh, gods, please don't let me spill it. I gasp as water splashes over the rim of the cup onto the table, and tears well up in my eyes as I set the flagon down and try to control my anxious breathing. I'm sorry.
It's all right, says Sarus.
He comes over and puts his hand on my arm and guides me away from the table.
You're exhausted. Come, lie down.
He gestures to the cot, and I do as I'm told, and he unfolds the heavy blankets. Gods, it feels good as he spreads them over me. The warmth, the comforting weight.
There you are. You take the morning to rest, and you can serve me at lunch.
Thank you, master.
He looks up at Frederick. You've given her something to eat?
Yes, sir, though only a few biscuits and a little pasca. Sarus stoops down in front of a cabinet on the other side of the tent.
See she gets some more when she gets up. And some bacon.
Yes, sir. Frederick grimaces and shifts uncomfortably. Sarus retrieves a vellum map roll from the cabinet and moves the letter onto his stool as he spreads the map out on his desk. Then he tosses his correspondence back on the map and glances up at his nephew from under his brow.
What is it?
It's just permission to speak freely, sir? He lowers his eyes to the map.
Granted.
Frederick looks down at me, eyes full of sympathy. If I may, sir, it seems to me, I just wonder if perhaps you treat her a little too harshly. Foolish boy, speaking up on my behalf. Little Dritzik is making me blush. Sarus traces a route with his finger.
Explain yourself.
Well, I mean, she may be a barbarian, but she is also a woman and a princess.
Ah.
A faint smile appears on the general's face as he looks up from the map.
My boy, you are comparing her to Roman ladies. You're seeing in her gentlewomen like Princess Placidia, Empress Maria, your own mother and sisters even.
Frederick nods like this is indeed what's troubling him.
But you have never left the Empire. Things are different in the North, you know. It's a harder, crueler life. You have to be tough just to survive. And she, he points his finger at me, she is from the furthest north of all, from the very edge of creation. She is a princess, yes, but of a place so strange and terrible that in their summer the sun does not set, not even at night. A land where the very sky burns with green and purple flame, and their winters are an endless dark. Endless dark. Can you even imagine?
Frederick looks at me with fear and wonder as he shakes his head. I understand their horror at this thought, but to me it's as natural as eating and sleeping. They're the ones with a strange land that has night and day all year.
Furthermore, this woman is what up in the north they call a shieldmaiden.
Sarus glances up at his nephew.
A warrioress. And I don't mean like those tomboys you sometimes see in the arena. This woman was a pirate, a duelist and a brigand in her own land, a captain of a raiding fleet,
and a commander in the Gothic warband. You met the Huns. You've seen the Goths who marched with her and how rowdy they are, and have such difficulty adjusting to Roman order. Tell me, boy, what manner of woman can not only prevent such men from abusing her, but fight among them, even lead them into combat, gaining their respect and fear? A pretty exceptional woman, I suppose. Indeed. Therefore her punitive measures must be equally exceptional. Don't underestimate her constitution. He snorts and looks down at the map. Princess Placidia. That girl would have been dead within a week. Frederick gives me a sorry look, and I smile up at him to let him know I'm grateful, even if it didn't do any good. All right, says Sarus. We've got a busy day ahead. I need you to gather my brother Sigaric and the other tribunes, and send word to Olden. Orders have come in from Ravenna. He holds up the letter with the broken wax seal, candlelight playing on the hard lines of his face. We're crossing the Alps. Chapter 11. Valentia, Gaul. November 406 A.D. It's a dark day in Gaul. Grey skies hide the sun, and a sharp wind blows over the brown fields, carrying with it the first traces of snow. The grey-haired magistrate takes off his purple cloak and drops to his knees, shivering.
The city of Valentia and her people are yours, my lady.
He kisses the toe of her golden boot and holds out his cloak like a temple offering. Brunhilde does not notice the cold. From her vantage point at the top of the wooded hill, she watches a fascinating scene unfold below. Horns are blasting, and drums pound in the distance as the gates open up, and the snaking column of Germanic troops marches into the city, the banners of various tribes rippling and flapping over the formation. Valentia has surrendered without a fight. She lowers her eyes to the magistrate. You may keep your mantle. Because you have offered yourself peacefully, neither you nor your people will be subject to slavery or abuse. Those who wish to remain in the city must renounce the Roman god Jesus Christ and sacrifice burnt offerings to the gods of Asgard. Those unwilling to do so must forsake their homes and leave. He looks up at her uneasily, then bows his head.
Thank you, my lady. I will inform the people.
She dismisses him with a wave of her hand, and he rises, glancing up at the young man next to her with some resentment, then hitches up the hem of his toga and hurries down toward the city. As he leaves, Brunhilde twists in the saddle toward the youth at whom the magistrate had given his sullen look. Well, it seems you were quick in holding up your end of the bargain. He's a handsome lad, well built. His hair is dark and curly, and over a wool tunic he wears a hardened leather breastplate and the scarlet cloak of the Roman legions. Only his blue eyes and something in the shape of his face betray the possibility of so-called barbarian lineage. He looks at her, somewhat awkwardly, as though intimidated by her beauty, which is only to be expected. And what of your end? He asks. She twists one of her golden braids between her fingers and presses it thoughtfully underneath her nose, then lets it drop back against her shoulder. I must say, I find it refreshing the way you've come here. Not pretending to be anything other than what you are, making your intentions clear and doing what you say you will. She sighs. I'm afraid that hasn't always been my experience. My father is a man of integrity, my lady, as am I. And yet the scheme you've presented me with is so underhanded. I mean, it's positively vile. He glances at her out of the corner of his eye. A punishment befitting the crime, wouldn't you say? Indeed, Eucharius, indeed. Her lips curl into a dark smile, and she grips the reins so tightly her knuckles turn white. You may tell your father I accept his proposal. He gives her a nod, then thrusts out his hand in that Roman salute, and rides off at once. She exhales slowly as he leaves, her heart pounding like the distant drums. Berta? The tallest and most beautiful of her Icelandic shieldmaidens trots up beside her from the others. Yes, my queen? I have a mission for you. She reaches out and squeezes the girl's hand. But first, find 2 men you can trust, whose devotion to me is beyond question. Have them send word to Sigurd and Gunther. Tell them we have taken Valentia, but have suffered heavy losses.
Chapter 12. The Alps, northwestern Italy. The sun is setting pale purple over the mountains, and the army is digging in for the night. Tents are going up, fires are being lit, and men wrapped in snow-dusted scarlet capes sit down with their cohorts to bake bread and boil water for hot pasca. Teeth chattering, Frederick pulls his cloak tighter around his shoulders as he saunters back toward the command tent. His limbs ache from the grueling march. He's used to long marches, even in the winter. That is, the Italian winter. What he's not used to is trudging through snow up to his waist, or the freezing air burning his lungs with every breath. It's rough going. They hardly make it a third of the distance they normally might, and it's so much more exhausting. Getting up in the morning is the worst. He's so stiff and sore. It's dark, and he has to throw off his blankets and stand up in the bitter cold.
Who? I've heard about this man, this Favnisbane,
he overhears a legionary say as he passes by. He's a bigger man with a blond beard and muscular tattooed forearms, but is a Tiro, the lowest rank, most likely meaning he joined the Legion after they liberated Florentia.
They say he's got the strength of 10 men, like Hercules or Samson from the Bible.
Curious, Frederick stops to listen.
And he wields this huge sword, a magic sword that can cut through anything. Long as a man is tall, just swings it around, threshing whole groups of men at once, like stalks of wheat.
Frederick frowns doubtfully.
And that isn't even the worst of it. There is this monster, see? This lake serpent deep in the Northlands, terrorizing people, with a hoard of treasure in its cavern. And he went up there with his super strength and his enchanted sword, and slew the bastard. Dug a hole, they say, lured it up on land, and unseamed his belly, gutted him from stem to stern. And this creature's blood? Turns out it was magic, too. He was showered in it, drenched from head to toe. And didn't it make him invincible?
Frederick shakes his head in disbelief and starts walking off as the other men around him start to laugh, their voices carrying on behind him over the crunching snow.
Don't believe me?
It's apparent from their response that none of them do.
Say it is true. How would you even fight someone like that? You'd send the Huns to do it and march as fast as you can in the other direction. No, see. You missed a part about the serpent's treasure. He's actually got money to pay his troops, if you know what I'm getting at.
There's some snickering at this. Then another of them asks, "Where did you even hear about this fellow anyway?" He's too far now to hear the answer. Near the command tent, Hervor is on all fours, blowing into a tiny fire under a black kettle hanging from a three-legged stand. Though she is clad more thinly than anyone else, she doesn't seem bothered by the cold. She's even thrown off the gray wool blanket given her for a cloak and put it down as a mat to kneel on, leaving her with only her linen slave robe to shield her from the freezing weather. The linen slave robe, which does little to hide her lithe, feminine form. His heart throbs at the sight of her bent over like that, her back arched attractively. She pinches her eyes against the smoke, swearing in the Nordic tongue as she leans back, causing the skirt of her robe to ride up a little, and he swallows as between the gray cloth hem of her fur-wrapped knee, he catches a glimpse of her bare, white, muscular thigh. "It's not polite to stare," she says in Gothic, her voice musical with her lovely Nordic accent. Heat rises in his cheeks. She's looking back at him, her blue eyes watering and irritated from the smoke, making them shine all the more luminously. I wasn't." She grins, lingering in her sensual pose. "It's all right. It's only natural for a young man like you." "But Frederick, I'm nearly twice your age." She's not nearly twice his age. She's only 8 years older. He feels stupid for continuing to specify this, even in his own mind. But she need not keep reminding him. Hervor turns back to the fire, and the flame rustles harshly as she blows it into a hotter blaze. She adds a stick of kindling, then rises with the clattering of chain, picks a fat log out of her pile, and sets it on the chopping block. Then, winding the slack chain around her wrists, she takes up the axe, the use of which was recently permitted to her for her obedience and trustworthy behavior, and splits the log with a single blow. Frederick takes a step back, suddenly unnerved. There was something in her exertion, an aggression, a ferocity he had not expected. Up until now, he's only seen her as a slave girl, a very beautiful, exotic slave girl, a proud and defiant princess brought low by the strict governance of his uncle. But in this flashing instance, in that swift stroke of her axe, he sees another side of her, a fluid ease of motion executed with ruthless efficiency that could only be achieved from a lifetime of vigorous practice. The movements of a professional killer. He recalls his first sight of her as a captive in the Hunnic camp, her hair and mail clotted with blood, and the warning of his uncle not to underestimate her. Suddenly, it's not so difficult to picture her wild and shrieking in a crazed frenzy, swinging axe and sword left and right, splitting men instead of wood. She smirks up at him as she stoops down to reach for her parted logs, and he glances bashfully away as the neck of her robe droops and shows a little of the cleft between her white breasts. "Don't you have something else to do besides watching me work?" she asks, almost fondly, as though in truth she appreciates his presence. "No." She gives him a surprised look. Or yes, I'm supposed to be..." He turns away abruptly. He doesn't need to explain himself to her. He shouldn't. She's a slave girl and a savage. He shouldn't be wasting time with her at all. That's how his uncle would see it. His uncle, who was expecting him to deliver a report in the command tent. Still, he can't help himself from stopping again and looking back for another glimpse of her. She might be a savage, but she's more than a slave girl. And he realizes, as he ducks into the tent, that his teeth have stopped chattering. She's made him forget how cold it is. Inside, his uncle Sarus, his other uncle Sigaric, and the other tribunes are gathered around a big map of the empire. They've exchanged their scarlet capes for mantles of fur, and a number of them have let their beards grow out. Several of them are even wearing trousers, which normally his uncle would never allow, but must have made special allowance in the cold season for senior officers whose loyalty he trusted. He can't help thinking, though, as these burly men take turns pointing at features on the map, muttering to one another in the Gothic tongue, what a bunch of barbarians they look like. He stomps to attention and throws out his hand in salute, and his uncle looks up from the map.
Frederick, there you are. The scouts have returned, have they?
They have, sir. He approaches the map and points to the moon-shaped lake on the other side of the Alps.
They have confirmed a large Germanic force camped near Lacus Lamanus.
Sarus scowls down at the map, stroking his chin.
Favnisbane.
Favnisbane?
That name again. He looks around at the tribunes, whose faces have turned grim, some who barely hide their fear. He swallows.
Sir, I should warn you. I overheard some of the men spreading rumors about this fellow.
Sarus looks up, a sharp glint in his eye.
What rumors? Oh, you know, sir. The typical nonsense. Superhuman strength, invincibility, magic sword and all that.
His uncle exhales slowly through his nostrils, the hard lines on his face betraying his stress and frustration. However, he raises his chin as Hervor enters the tent with a steaming black kettle.
Here comes the hot pasca.
Hervor takes the kettle over to a side table and begins pouring hot water into metal cups and mixing it with wine and vinegar and honey. Then she places the cups on a circular tray with quick, anxious motions and carries them around to the tribunes, her eyes carefully cast down.
As you were saying, says Sarus, taking a steaming cup from Hervor's tray. Rumors, yes. This fellow has been a thorn in our side for many years. He is a great champion among the Germanic peoples. We can expect some slight exaggeration where he is concerned.
Frederick frowns.
Slight exaggeration?
He snaps his mouth shut as his uncle glances up at him from under his brow. His other uncle, Sigaric, places his hand on his shoulder and shakes his head at him with a warning look.
So, he's waiting for us here, says Sarus,
tapping the moon-shaped lake on the map.
That gives him quick access to these two passes, north and south. He'll be able to maneuver quickly once he knows which route we're taking. He'll head us off.
Excuse me, sir, says Frederick. Should we not then divide our forces? Send the Huns up the North Pass while we take the South? One of us will get through.
A few men nod at this, and the suggestion wins him an admiring smile from Hervor as she moves behind the officers with the drinks, which makes him stand a little taller. But as all eyes look to Sarus, his uncle strokes his chin and shakes his head.
No, that would only weaken us. One group might get through, but the other would be slaughtered, leaving the remaining first group trapped on the wrong side of the Alps with him behind them, and the bulk of their Germanic forces ahead of them. No, we must retain our full strength and proceed together with extreme caution.
He blows the steam off his cup. "We cannot afford to underestimate Sigurd of Xanten." They all jerk their heads as Hervor's tray clatters to the ground. Chapter 13. Lacus Lamanus, Gaul. The lake is a sheet of glass, reflecting the moonlight like a blue and silver mirror. A heavy cold hangs in the night air, and frost clings to the naked trees and coats the hide tents and shelters of the army camped along the bank. Hundreds of fires blink in the bluish dark, casting an orange luminance on the men around them. At the top of the wooded hill overlooking the camp, Sigurd is sitting on a log bench in front of his own fire, with 6 fur-clad chiefs of the various Germanic tribes that comprise his forces. He dips his hunk of bread into his steaming chowder bowl. It's a bass chowder, thick and creamy, and it's his 3rd helping. It hasn't been too bad camping around the lake, and he's thought to himself many times that if they have to wait around for Sarus to move, at least they've been comfortable. He does wonder, though, if there'll be any bass left by the time they leave. He looks up as a newcomer strides into the firelight from the dark and looks around their number. "Sigurd Fafnisbane?" One of the other chieftains points at him.
"Right here, this big, hulking fellow, way taller than the rest of us."
He awkwardly raises his hand, his stomach starting to squirm.
"What is it? Is it the scouts?"
The man comes over around the fire.
"Letter for you, sir."
"From the princess."
It's not something urgent, is it?" "Not to my knowledge, sir."
"All right."
He sets down his bowl and wipes the crumbs off his hands as he accepts the letter.
"Thanks."
The messenger nods, leaving, and Sigurd attempts to untie the burgundy ribbon wrapped around the folded parchment. It's a pretty bow, but the knot is so tight and small he can barely get his fingers on it. He sighs through his nose and works at it for several moments until he finally gets it loose. It's a great comfort to unfold the letter and see Gertrude's familiar pen strokes. The very sight of her handwriting infatuates him, and a wave of nostalgia comes over him as he recalls the letter she used to write to him before they were married. Her words put a smile on his face as she informs him how things are going in her father's palace in Worms. Little things, like how she's tried eating eggs again and seems to be doing better with them, and how one of the hounds had puppies to the boy's delight. He doesn't care for how she's referring to the baby as Rowena, as if she was already out of the womb and had been given a name. But he tries not to let that bother him. Then, halfway down the page, his heart sinks. The chieftain next to him nods down at the parchment.
"Letter from home?"
He sighs.
"Yes." And Earp started walking.
He lets his hands fall between his knees.
"I've missed it."
"Ah, well, that's life, isn't it?"
He looks out toward the lake, pouting. It's the life, all right. Sitting around this blasted lake, eating bass, waiting for Sarus to finally do something. Waiting while the seasons literally pass by and his children grow up without him.
"Me, lord?"
asks the man on his other side. Sigurd frowns down at the flagon in his hand. Seems a little wretched to be drinking so he can forget how much he's missing home. He holds out his horn. But as the man fills it up, there's the sound of someone running through the woods toward them.
"Lord! Lord! The scouts!"
Sigurd leaps to his feet, mead sloshing over his hand as Alberic hurries into the midst.
"The scouts? Really? What word? Is Sarus finally?" The midget nods, panting.
"He is, Lord."
"Fantastic!"
He shakes out his hand and wipes it on himself.
"Quick, let's get the map."
The map of Europe is produced and spread out before the fire, and Sigurd kneels down next to Albric as the chieftains crowd him behind as he gets on all fours and points to a location southwest of them halfway across the Alps.
"He's coming through the southern pass here."
"How many men?"
2 Roman legions, comprised mostly of Goths and a Hunnic warband. In all, some 15 to 20,000.
20,000? That many? Says one of the chieftains.
"Yes, but we have the Serpent Slayer with us,"
says another. Sigurd strokes his chin.
"They're trying to get past us."
He points at their position at Lake Lemanus.
"We should assume they've spied out our location. They know we're here. They're going to try to slip by and blindside Brynhilda's group."
"What I don't understand," says Albric, "is if they want to slip by, why don't they split up their forces and come up the northern pass as well?"
Sigurd shakes his head.
"Sarus is making the right decision. He's keeping his full strength. We're 3 days from the mouth of that pass, and assuming the report is, 3 days old? He'll be through the mountains in another day or 2, depending on how much he wants to push his troops."
He winces. They could make it past them. It would still be another 3 days to Valentia from the mountains, but they'd be on open ground and could gain as much as a 2-day lead.
"If we let Sarus get through the pass, and we don't know what he knows, but there's a good chance he might turn south just after coming out of the mountain and try to retake Gratianopolis, though he'll probably expect a heavy garrison there. Instead, he might head northwest to retake Lugdunum, which is only defended by a small reserve. That would be a sensible choice. Brynhilda swept through Lugdunum with relative ease, but it wasn't defended by 20,000 men. We don't need that."
"Kind of strange, isn't it?"
Sigurd looks up at the chieftain who spoke, a fur-clad man with a red, forked beard.
"What's strange?"
"Well, just that the shieldmaidens can take a city like Lugdunum, which is only the capital of Gaul, with barely any losses. But when they go after a place like Valentia, half of them get killed."
It was a little strange. Ever since setting out from Worms, Brynhilda had been riding a golden path of swift and decisive triumphs all the way to Valentia, where suddenly the best she could manage was a Pyrrhic victory.
"Who knows what happened there," says Sigurd. "Maybe a sickness broke out, and they weren't fighting good. Maybe the Romans mustered a whole bunch of men there for a big stand. I don't know. We didn't get the details. What I do know is what the state our forces are in. If Sarus heads to Valentia, this whole campaign is in jeopardy."
"Not to mention, Lord," says Albric, "do we really want to be fighting the Romans and the Huns in the open plain?"
Sigurd looks back at the chieftains as they all wince and shake their heads.
"Ideally," he says,
tapping the mountain range on the map, "we would catch them while they're still coming through the Alps, where we can ambush them, and on even ground will force the Huns to fight on foot, and hinder the Roman formations." He traces his finger to the left. "If we are unable to reach them in time, our secondary plan should be to overtake them while they're crossing the Isere River." Chapter 14. Hervor, Glassesfeller, June 403 A.D. I might have made a mistake with Hofund. I've been here 2 months now in Glassesfeller, and he no longer sends me gifts. And if I see him out in the fields, he acts like he doesn't notice me. I suppose I've driven him off.
It's not like I let him have a chance. Still, though, I can't say it doesn't irk me to think he's lost interest. It's got me wondering what he's thinking. He's playing with me. I know he is. He's pursued me for a while, and now he's suddenly pulled back to get me wondering, to get me thinking about him all the time. If that's his game, it's working. I ask my girls what they think of this, but Liv only shrugs and says she doesn't know. Suva, on the other hand, doesn't even look up from her sewing. Perhaps, she says, he found another lady more susceptible to his advances. The next thing I know, I've smashed the best drinking horn in the house. Loki, I don't know why this is making me so crazy. I just need to know what's going on. I catch him one time in the market and try to ask him, but he just brushes me off and says he doesn't have time to talk. Then he just goes about his business like I'm not even there. I've never been dismissed like that. Not by a man I'm involved with, or who I'm not involved with. It hurts. It's embarrassing, and there's all kinds of people around to see it. I head straight home and shut myself in my room for the rest of the day. Even when Liv brings me my supper, I just ignore her and pull the furs over my head. I vowed to stay here for a year. The whole point was that I caught Hofin's eye, and he wanted to try and win my heart. But if he's not doing that anymore, then why am I here? And if he's changed his mind, should I be afraid? After all, I lost a Hjomgang. They were supposed to kill me. Now I'm worried that's what they'll do. That one night, I'll wake up to the house on fire, with the doors and windows boarded up. The Alps, near the Gallic border, November 406 AD. I jerk awake as someone hisses my name. It's the middle of the night, and it's pitch black inside my tent. I sit up in my cot, squinting my eyes, pulling the furs up over my chest. Yes? What is it? Sarus wants you, someone whispers from outside. You need to serve. Helen Loki! What does he want with me at this hour? My stomach tightens. I have a few ideas. Although, while Sarus is a strict and brutal master, his aim has always to bring me under Roman rule. He's never sought to indulge himself with me, and I often hear him warning Frederick against such temptations. That doesn't mean he hasn't changed his mind, or that he isn't in the mood for giving in. I pull on my boots and stand up in the freezing dark. If that's what he wants, I'd better make him happy. It might be a good chance to improve my situation, make him act a little softer toward me, even win a little influence. Or it could be an opportunity for him to resent me in the worst way. It could be the stresses getting to him, being responsible for all these men, and knowing he has to face Sigurd of Xanten, of all foes. If he knows anything about him, that would be enough to keep him up at night. Make him long for a brief reprieve. Gods, if that's the case, what do I do? If he sets his rigid self-governance aside for the night, and I let him take me into his bed, in the morning he's going to hate me for it. He'll have some excuse about a woman's wiles, accuse me of rune binding, and the whole thing will be my doing. And if I try to talk him out of it, or refuse him, it's not hard to imagine how that would play out. I stumble outside where the shadowy form of a legionary is waiting for me. Hurry up, he says. Let's go. I ignore him and squat down and scoop up a bit of snow and put it into my mouth, huffing loudly. I press a little more into my eyes and rub it over my face. All right, I say, rising to my feet. Loki. I trudge after him through the dark up to the command tent. There's a soft glow coming through the canvas wall, and as we get nearer, tiny needles prick my fingers, and not from the cold. My chest tightens, and my stomach starts to ache. I always feel this way around him. I've never been so desperate for someone's approval, and so terrified of not having it. I've come a long way from being the haughty Princess of Laviton, shield maiden of infamy and renown. I've even given over my father's sword, which I went to such great lengths to get. But if this is the price of protection, then it's one I'll gladly pay. I take a deep breath and duck into the tent. Vocasti me dominum? You sent for me, my master? Sarus is pacing slowly back and forth. His armor is hung up on a stand in the corner, and he's wearing only a wool tunic the color of dried blood, and his leather fur-lined boots, though he's pulled the heavy wool blanket off his cot and draped it around his shoulders. To my surprise, kneeling before him in the candlelight is a dark, hooded figure. Sarus glances over at me, and I can see his mind is working.
Hervor, hot pasca for our guest.
I'm about to head back out to boil some water when the figure turns slightly toward me, face still hidden behind the dark hood. Forgive me, but what is this hot pasca? My heart skips. It's a woman, and she's speaking Nordic. Sarus looks down at her like he's surprised she doesn't know, and to my disbelief, begins answering in my mother tongue, his words heavy and cumbersome with his Gothic accent.
It's hot water mixed with...
In my excitement, I shake my head and dare to interrupt him. Master, if your guest is from the north like me, I would not offer her pasca. I swallow, fearing repercussion for my boldness, but he only gives me a disgruntled look, like it's an inconvenience to him personally to deviate from Roman custom.
What then?
Wine, master, unmixed, since we do not drink mead in the Roman legions.
Wine, then.
He gestures to the table where the flagons and cups are kept, and I go and begin to serve.
So then, this plan you're proposing is actually Stilicho's idea? And he sent his son, Eucharius, as the messenger?
This is true. As I pour the wine, I can't help but smile at how strange it is to hear Sarus speaking in the tongue of my fathers. But this light-hearted feeling is stifled soon enough. Sarus rubs his chin thoughtfully, unable to resist smiling with excitement as I offer him his cup. It's the most boyish I've ever seen him look. He swills his wine beneath his nose, staring into nothing.
Stilicho, you dog, you.
He turns to the woman.
This will save countless lives. Your lady will be avenged, and we will turn Sigurd against his own coalition. Even force him to carry out Rome's bidding.
I go stiff. I have many questions I'd like to ask, and many things to say. Mostly warnings, but I don't dare speak up. Not in this way. I bring the woman her cup of wine, and it's the first I get a look at her. She is beautiful, truly. Blonde, blue eyes sharp and striking. If she had weapons, she's turned them over. But through the part in her cloak, I can see she's wearing mail. This woman is a shieldmaiden. As she takes the cup, I notice the bracelet of braided silver on her wrist. By her stern beauty, her particular accent, and from what I recall about Sigurd's quest when we slew the lake serpent, she must be in service to the Queen of Iceland. Loki's children. Sarus doesn't know what he's getting into. He pauses, glancing at her now out of the corner of his eye.
But then, how do I know this isn't a trap? Berta, was it? Has your lady sent a token of her goodwill?
Berta the shieldmaiden smiles seductively, taking a sip of wine. She has. Me. I frown as I stand out of the way.
You?
Asks Sarus suspiciously. Indeed. She unclasps her cloak and lets it slip from her shoulders, offering him a glimpse of her athletic figure. I am my lady's right hand, and she has given me to you, to serve you as I might serve her.
And yet, your loyalty lies with your queen.
It does, and she has commanded that I serve you. Even if you were to turn against her and order that I strike her down, I would do so, for through my obedience to you, I would be honoring her will. Sarus raises his chin, his eyes alight with intrigue.
So then, the Valkyrie Queen has given me her most loyal shieldmaiden.
I am yours to enjoy. Berta shifts into a more sensual pose. In whatever way you wish, or with whomever you wish. Heat swells in my cheeks as her eyes flicker toward me. But Sarus only chuckles, shaking his head as he sets down his cup of wine.
Young lady, this isn't one of your barbarian encampments, and you will find I'm not some Germanic warlord who allows himself to be governed by his baser passions. Discipline is the foremost virtue of the Roman legions. As a Christian and an imperial soldier, I believe in the rigorous practice of resisting temptation. And as a leader of such men, I must remain self-controlled and vigilant. The enemy, the devil, is always prowling about like a hungry lion, looking for someone to devour. We must be ready to do battle at all times.
Forgive me, says Berta, bowing prostrate before him. My lady did say you were devoted to the Christ God. If you will allow it, I would be baptized. Sarus seems taken aback at this.
You wish to be baptized?
With your permission, if you will instruct me in the correct customs, I will worship this Jesus of Nazareth and receive his sacraments. I dig my nails into my palms as he turns to me with a smug expression, a look that says this is how it's done. This is how I ought to be acting.
Glasses filler, 403 AD.
I need to know what Hofin's thinking. But he won't even talk to me. I've half considered going to ask the Queen. Hofin seems the sort who'd discuss such things with his mother. But I'm not sure it's wise. Even though King Goodman thinks the Holmgang settled the matter, if anyone still hates me for the things I said, It's the Queen. I've been pretty cautious about staying away from her, and part of me worries that if I go into Castle Grun to see her, I might not come out again. My slave women agree. Instead, we come up with a different plan. I first came to Glassesfeller dressed in mail and leather and wearing a tunic and loose trousers like a man. That's what I've always worn, since I'm often at sea or fighting duels. But where I'm trying to catch a prince's eye, Liv and Suva tailor me more feminine attire. They make me a fine dress, and I let them come and braid my hair the way my mother used to, when suitors came to Offitfjord. It makes me a little sad to think how proud she'd be to see me now. And when I stand and look at myself in the tall silver mirror, I think it's no wonder Hovund wanted me to stay. Men have fought wars over women of less beauty. Liv and Suva assure me he'll be unable to look away. And with this confidence, I go out and find him. He's in the pigsty of all places, scrambling after a squealing sow. My arrival distracts him, and the pig slips away and he falls flat into the muck. He gets up sputtering, mud and shit all up his front, his arms dipped in brown up to his elbows. I giggle, blushing as he stares at me. "Well, you look nice, Hervor," he says. Then he sniffs. "Did you want something? I've got work to do." I've fought in countless duels to the death. I've raided, been in battles. I've stood before the serpent Fafnir as he blew his acid breath on me. In all those moments I was brave. But the way he's talking, like my presence annoys him. It no longer matters that I have the beauty of my Russian grandmother, or that I come from a line of greatness. My confidence leaks away. "No, it's nothing," I say awkwardly. "Sorry to bother you." "Right then. Right." I hurry away, and that's all I can do to hold back the sob rising in my chest. The Alps, near the Gallic border, 406 AD. "My master, I would not trust this woman," I say in Gothic. I dread the consequences of speaking up like this, but I can't keep quiet. She too readily abandons the gods of her people. Sarus cocks his head, and I know I'm in for it. How dare I voice my opinion? How arrogant to think I know what's best. But instead of telling me I'll be taking a break from eating for a few days, he justifies himself to me.
"She is loyal to her queen, whose motives I believe are reliable."
He's working through it out loud. It's a show of trust, revealing these thoughts to me. And that is a little relief. Though the circumstances are growing increasingly worrisome. He nods. Apparently he's convinced himself. Then he turns back to Berta and returns to the Nordic language.
"We will proceed with this plan of Stilicho's. In the morning, we will break from the main force with a small party."
I draw in a terse breath. Sarus gestures to me.
"This is my slave girl, Hervor Angantysdottir, a captured Norse princess."
Berta's eyes dart up at me in fearful confusion. "Did you say Hervor Angantysdottir?" Helen Loki.
"Yes," says Sarus dismissively,
the significance lost on him.
"Hervor will prepare a place for you to sleep. We'll depart at first light. You will ride next to me, and we will discuss the gospel of Jesus."
"As you wish, my master."
"Sicut vis, Domine," he says. "Say it in Latin. Sicut vis, Domine."
She gives a somewhat humiliated smile and repeats the phrase, butchering the pronunciation. Sarus nods and dismisses us, and as Berta rises, she looks again in my direction. I've unsettled her. My presence is an unexpected element in her mission, a disturbing impossibility, and I'm sure, once again, my reputation precedes me. She's wondering what I'm doing here, how this all came about, how in hell I'm still alive. She's thinking she'll have to tread carefully around me, but not as carefully as I'll have to tread around her. She smirks slightly. She knows it too. It's one thing to encounter Sigurd and his forces in battle, but if this whole plot is to get him working for Sarus, if he's going to be around, in meetings, in the command tent, then I'm no longer safe here.
Chapter 15. Worms, Burgundy, December 406 AD. It's snowing in Worms. Big fluffy flakes float down from a white sky, blanketing the cobbled streets and piling up on the roofs and cornices of Roman architecture. Children scamper about, laughing and throwing snowballs, squealing as they hurry out of the way of horse-drawn plows. Blocks of ice drift by in the Rhine, and what few ships are on the water are glazed with frost. It will soon be Yule. Mistletoe hangs in every window and door. Great pyres of wood have been set up in every city square and temple courtyard in preparation, and nearly every gate and doorframe in Gunther's palace has been wreathed in holly. Fire roars in the huge hearth in the great hall, casting an orange glow over the huge map of Europe spread out over the long table. Metal figurines of men and ships glitter in the flickering light. King Gunther places one hand on his hip, and with the other, he wraps his fingers thoughtfully against his chin. "Toranem is ours, and Vortigern is besieging Lutetia at the moment. That shouldn't last too long, though we don't want to become overly optimistic. Meanwhile, Gizur and the Swedes—" He plucks one of the figurines from southwestern Gaul and walks it southeast. "Have taken Bertigala and are marching on Tolosa." Princess Gertrud ignores his musings, looking into the fire as she rocks back and forth in front of the hearth. There's a sucking pop and a quiet groan as baby Erp releases from her breast. Some of the maids have taken the other two sledding, and save for a couple servants standing out of the way, the three of them are alone in the great hall. Gunther takes up his lunch and paces to the right, spoon clinking as he absently stirs the braised chicken, mushrooms, and bulbs of bacon fat in the red wine and garlic sauce, as he looks over the situation in the east. Brynhilda has taken Valentia, but has suffered heavy losses. He clicks his tongue. It might be wiser for her to hold her position. But if she does continue, she'll take Avenio no problem. Then she and Gizur will converge here. He moves Brynhilda's figurine south, and Gizur's figurine east over the region of Septimania, and then sweep along the coast together. We're way ahead of schedule, not taking into account Brynhilda's setback, of course. He blows out with nervous excitement. It's possible, not very likely, but it is possible that we could take the whole of Gaul,
Before Yuletide. Gertrude turns her head toward him as he slurps a spoonful of braised chicken and red wine. But before she can speak, he lowers the spoon and bowl with a frown and holds it out to one side. "Take this away, would you? It's turned cold." "Actually, Father," says Gertrude in her small, soft voice, as one of the servants carries away his dinner, "I've been meaning to talk to you about Mangivre." What?"
Gertrude looks a little bit shocked.
Mangivre. It's how Mother used to call midwinter. Ah, yes, your mother. Yes, she was always calling things by their Gaelic name and pushing her own gods and wild practices on everyone. I remember she made me build a whole new temple to Tyrannus, when there was a perfectly good temple of Thor right next door. I thought you did that to make her feel welcome as a new bride in a foreign land. Well, that's how I framed it to myself at the time. In hindsight, she was quite aggressive with imposing her Druidic agenda. Anyway, just call it Yule.
Gertrude looks sullenly back to the fire, resituating the baby on her knee.
Fine. Yule, she says quietly.
Gunther bends over the table, stroking his mustache as he looks indecisively between the figurines on the map. You had something... He moves the Sigurd figurine south from the moon-shaped lake into the Alps, and nudges the Roman figurines a little closer. A pivotal clash was imminent. Nothing, of course, that Sigurd couldn't handle.
You had something you wanted to say? I'm concerned about Christmas.
He looks up, arching his brow at this ridiculous word.
What's Christmas? It's a Christian holy day where they celebrate the birth of Jesus. Oh, I see, like Christ Mass. Christmas. Christmas. What about it? Their church has instituted that it be commemorated on December 25th, to coincide with Yuletide.
Makes sense to me, says Gunther absently, analyzing the map with boyish glee. Jesus is the light of the world, so they say. Darkest time of the year. Basically the same thing we're doing. Gertrude twists around in the rocking chair, the baby squirming in her arms.
Father, it's an act of aggression.
He sets the Brunhilde figurine back on Valentia. Hardly.
Yes, it is. Remember Bishop Martin?
Gunther snorts. You mean Martin the Merciful? I thought we were talking about acts of aggression.
Father, he cut down all the sacred trees in Toranum. He destroyed countless temples. Temples to my mother's gods. My gods. Then built churches over them. Christianity is a hostile religion.
Gertrude blows, wincing, rubbing her small, pale hand over her swollen belly, and starts sobbing quietly. Gunther rolls his eyes and goes around the table and takes the baby from her. Come, Prince Earp, let's look at how Grampy's campaign is going, eh? Baby Earp pants, reaching eagerly for the figurines, and Gunther sets him down on the table. Oh, watch out! He cries as the baby crawls over Europe, waving his hand vigorously this way and that, scattering pieces left and right. Oh no, there goes Gizzer's fleet. Oh, I don't think that the Huns taste very good. Better give that back to Grampy. Okay, I think you've successfully waged an utterly brutal conquest. Victory is yours. Now let's get down. He lowers baby Earp to the floor, holding him up by the arms as the young prince takes a few unsteady steps, then lets him go, smiling fondly as he waddles awkwardly for a few paces, then plops down on his bottom. Well, he says, looking back to Gertrude, who is wiping her eyes on the back of her hand. Say you're right, and the Christians are trying to use Christmas to usurp Yule and Mangiv, whatever.
Mangivre, she sniffs.
Indeed.
What are you proposing? Gertrude opens her mouth to reply, but before she can answer, there is a sharp knock on the door of the great hall.
My king.
Yes, what is it? A huscarl in chainmail with a worried face hurries toward them.
My king, an urgent message from the queen.
Gertrude perks up as the huscarl drops to one knee before him. From the queen? What says my bodacious bride? The huscarl looks up at him as he rises to his feet, his expression grave.
My king, Queen Brunhilde requests your immediate aid in Valentia.
Gunther's mouth falls open in a look of excited surprise.
The Valkyrie Queen is requesting aid? From me?
He puffs out his chest with a roguish furrow in his brow.
She shall have it!
He gestures to the table.
Show me the situation.
The huscarl nods and turns to the map with a look of concern, and begins resetting up some of the figurines.
Queen Brunhilde is in Valentia.
Yes, and has taken high casualties in her recent battle.
He nods. With the numbers of dead and wounded she is reporting, she is vulnerable.
I see.
Meanwhile, Sarus and the Huns have been coming through the Alps.
Mm-hmm.
Sigurd has marched south to hold them off.
Yes.
But 2 Roman legions have broken off from the main force, and are coming through this path here. Sigurd is on course to meet the Huns. But this second force will slip past him and head straight for my wife.
The huscarl nods gravely.
Indeed.
Gunther plants his fists on his hips.
Not while I draw breath. Muster the reserves, saddle my horse, fetch my sword and mail. Your mail, my king? Asked the huscarl uncertainly. It has yet to be adjusted.
His eyes flicker down to Gunther's potbelly.
Just my sword, then.
I shan't be the one fighting anyways. The huscarl nods, as though this is sensible. Father, can we talk about this? Asks Gertrude softly, who has gotten out of her rocking chair to pry a clod of filth from baby Erb's fist. I feel... Not now, daughter dear, says Gunther, starting to leave with the huscarl.
Your father must ride to his wife at once.
He turns around, walking backwards. Oh, while I'm gone, you can manage the kingdom for me, can't you? Gertrude looks up in horror. What? But her father has already turned away again.
Of course you can. There's nothing to it. And it'll give you the chance to sort out the Christmas and your manga thingy.
Mangivre. Father, please, can we... The big double doors boom shut behind him, leaving her and the baby alone in the great hall. With a grunt of discomfort, she rises with the child in her arms and looks over the scattered mess of figurines with a sigh. Chapter 16. Hervor, Glassesfeller, July 403 A.D. It's been a few weeks now since I've seen Prince Hofund. I don't think he's in Glassesfeller. He must be away somewhere. Unless he's got a man watching out for me so he can hide before I see him. Either way, it doesn't matter. If Hofund doesn't want to court me, that's fine. I've spent enough time worrying about it. And if no one's come for me yet, I figure it isn't going to happen. If they do, I'll go down shrieking, Tyrfing flashing left and right. It's only another 9 months or so I have to stay here. I'm just going to pass the time preparing for when I leave. I choose a sturdy tree outside my place to be my training post, and I get a couple extra swords from the smith, and I get to work. I chop away that tree for 3 hours every morning, just like I used to back in Offitfjord. Then I go swimming, or take my bow into the woods. One day while I'm practicing, this great big fellow comes up to meet me. I guess he's gone by a couple times and seen me going at it at the top of the hill, and thought he'd invite me to spar with him and a few others. I could almost weep with joy. It's the first good thing that's happened since I've come here. But when I meet them the next day, I realize how stupid I was to come to this place. I might not be as strong as a man, but I've been training with weapons since I was old enough to hold them. And I have a natural talent for fighting I inherited from my father. By skill alone, I'm used to outmatching all but the most exceptional champions. Add to that the unnatural speed and brutality when I'm taken by a berserker gang, and Tyrfing's power, and I'm the most feared warrior in Scandinavia. Only here in Glassesfeller, that doesn't mean a thing. These men aren't normal. Even the ones who don't have the blood of giants in them are incredibly swift and skilled. I've been practicing all my life, but it's like these men have been practicing for many lifetimes. I'm good enough to get 1 or 2 blows in on each opponent, but mostly I get knocked around and thrown out of the sparring ring. At least I know if I was using Tyrfing, I would have won a couple matches. Most of them have heard of Tyrfing and are curious to see it. I tell them about Tyrfing and its curse, and how I got it from my father's tomb. And most of them agree that if I'd gotten it out in my duel with Hofund, it would have been the end of him. But they say he knew that too, and that's why he fought the way he did. And then they tell me the truth about this place, that some call it the Deathless Acre. There's a magic in this valley, and men don't grow old here. No wonder they're all so incredibly skilled. They've had many more years to handle a blade. I ask if I can train with them again, and they tell me there's a day they meet regularly. Practicing with men like that, warriors who've honed their swordsmanship over centuries, it's only going to make me a better fighter. And when I get out of here, no one will be able to stand against me. Eastern Gaul, December 406 AD. I don't like this Berta woman, and I don't think she likes me either. I've never spent much time with other girls. I've been that way since I was young. I've always found the company of men and boys to be more interesting and simpler to navigate. I've had female servants, of course, and there was my mother. But what I've never really had is a woman of equal status as a rival. I don't like it. And she's not equal status. Not really. She's a shieldmaiden, which, as I understand it, has little to do with winning renown in duels and adventures, and a lot to do with acting as a glorified lady's maid for the Queen of Iceland. Some of us are real shield maidens. Sarus, however, doesn't care. It makes no difference to him that in Scandinavia this Berta woman would have helped me dress and braided my hair. In his tent, we're equals, serving girls, and if anything, Berta has the upper hand. I was in chains for months before I gained his trust, and he finally took them off. You think she has to wear shackles? Fan. Frederick says it's because I sacked Florentia and surrendered as an enemy of Rome. And fine, but what does he think Berta's been doing? The whole reason we're in Gaul is because her mistress has been sacking town after town. But no, someone got baptized. Now she's Sarus's favorite. It doesn't matter that I'm the more beautiful one, or that I'm an actual princess. He doesn't notice me unless his cup needs filling. She's smug about it, too. She's always giving these looks, like, look at her. She's up there riding in front beside the general. Ooh. And she's manipulative. I don't know if Sarus realizes this, spending most of his time with men in the field. But she's buttering him up. It's nauseating to watch, and I often have to. Standing there off to the side like a good slave, while she kneels next to him at prayer time, marveling up at the wooden cross on the table, whispering, "Yes, Jesus, precious Jesus." Loki, it's all fake. She's a fake Christian. I know it. She's playing Sarus like a harp, doing whatever she can to win influence over him. She doesn't serve anyone but Brynhilda, not even the gods. And ever since she's shown up, I felt hell's shadow hovering over me. At least I have Frederick on my side. He does his best to hide it, but it's pretty obvious he's completely infatuated. Not that I've gone out of my way to dissuade him. I enjoy his attention, and I am fond of him. Not really in that way, but it might be time to start encouraging him a little. I catch him stealing a glance as he rides along next to me. I offer him my most charming smile, but I've got a sinking feeling. I hate to take advantage of him, but I'm going to need his help. We've broken off from the main group, Sarus, Frederick, Berta, and myself, and 20 legionaries, and have ridden ahead out of the mountains. I've been given a light brown sumpter from my mount, a strong, obedient mare with a good temperament. It's the first I've been on a horse in months, and it feels good to be in the saddle again. We've left the army in the Alps several days behind us, and as we ride across the snow-swept fields and bare forests of Gaul, I can tell Sarus is pretty tense. He's risking everything on this plan. He believes in Brynhilda's motives, but he knows it could still be a trap. Any hill, any tree line, any rock formation could conceal an ambush. And if we're caught out in the open like this, that's it for us. I have to say, it's pretty brave of Sarus. I can't help but admire him. But the biggest threat of all comes when we finally arrive in the city of Valentia. Night has only just fallen when we ride up over the crest of the wooded hill overlooking the city. Countless lights twinkle in the dark below. Campfires, lanterns, lamps glimmering from windows. There's a whole Germanic army here. We're walking right into Brynhilda's hands. No leverage, no guarantee of safety, save for Berta, who, as far as I'm concerned, is more than likely to stab us in the back. I ride up to Sarus's side. "Master, are you sure about this?" He looks out over the lights, his face twitching into a scowl. He isn't. That's clear enough. Then his lips spread into a confident smile, and Berta sends me another smug look as he saunters his horse ahead and begins trotting down the hill. Chapter 17. Valentia, Gaul. On a sunny afternoon a day or two later, Gunther looks down over Valentia from the very same hill with 500 horsemen at his back. He's come as quickly as possible to bolster Brynhilda's defenses, and another 1,000 men will arrive on foot in the coming days. Airy excitement tickles his chest. For once, Brynhilda will be relieved to see him. The Huskarl at his side, however, is looking on the tents and smoking fire spread out around the city walls with a frown.
I thought she suffered great casualties. What is this large army camped outside the city? My king, I sense deception.
Gunther looks at him incredulously. Deception? What are you saying? Of course it's a deception. Sarus is on his way here with 2 Roman legions. You think she wants to let him know she suffered heavy losses and is vulnerable to attack? Obviously, she set up this camp to give the impression of a much larger force than she has. He taps his finger on his temple. Use your noggin, man. Now come. The Queen awaits. The Huskarl shifts his jaw and glances doubtfully at his king from the corner of his eye, then motions for the group to follow as Gunther cracks the reins and gallops down the hill. As he rides through the outer encampment, Brunhilde's troops start gathering on either side of the road leading into the city, pounding their shields, stomping the butts of their spears, and cheering on his arrival. Gunther sits a little taller in the saddle, puffs out his chest, and gives an airy wave, smiling confidently, ignorant of the Huskarl behind him, frowning all the more. Horns blow from the ramparts, and the city gates start grumbling open for the Burgundian king. The city folk, liberated from Roman rule, line the streets, waving sprigs of holly. Then all begin to bow and kneel as he and his entourage clop by on the cobbled pave, and someone calls out, "Hail Gunther, King of Burgundy, King of Gaul, Scourge of the Romans!" More cheers break out. Women throw handfuls of rice and oats and red berries from the upper windows, and as he's showered in confetti, over the roar of the crowd, Gunther does not hear the gates of Valentia closing behind him. This royal welcome continues as Gunther parades through the streets up to the highest point in the city, where a gray-haired man in a purple cloak awaits him at the bottom of the steps leading up into a mansion of extravagant Roman architecture, not unlike a miniature version of Gunther's own palace. The magistrate of Valentia kneels before him as he and the Huskarl and a handful of other men of importance dismount from their horses. "My king, my house is yours," says the magistrate, as Gunther strides past. Brunhilde's shieldmaidens are lined up on either side of the steps, looking pretty and fresh, golden hair washed and braided, shields newly painted blue and green in the colors of their queen. They pivot towards him and stamp their feet in perfect unison as he begins his ascent, unsheathing their swords and crossing their blades over his head. And as he passes beneath the gleaming arches of sharpened steel, their feminine voices proclaim as one, "Hail Gunther, King of Iceland, King of Gaul!" It completely eludes him that the tallest and most beautiful of Brunhilde's shieldmaidens is missing from their number. The doors to the mansion creak open for him, seemingly on their own, and Gunther marches inside with his handful of retainers. It's quite dark in the mansion after being out in the bright winter sun, and Gunther strains to see, taking a moment for his eyes to adjust. "Where is she, then? The bedchamber?" he asks hopefully, pulling off his big fur mittens as he exchanges a devious glance with his men. "The hall, my king," comes a female voice from the shadows behind him. "Very well." He strides on toward the great hall with a confident swagger, the thumb of one hand tucked into his belt, the sword on his hip clinking softly as it gently sways with his movements, which he feels gives the impression he is a warrior, even if it isn't true at all. 2 more shieldmaidens are waiting on either side of the great hall entrance, and at his approach, they pull open the big double doors. It's a little lighter in the great hall. White rays of sun slant down over a long table from upper-level windows. A balcony encircles the hall, mostly swathed in shadow the way the light is streaming in. these colorless rays falling upon her, Brunhilde sits far across from him at the head of the table, an extravagant fireplace at her back, dark and unlit. It annoys him that there is no fire going, and that it's nearly as cold inside this mansion as it is out in the snowy pastures. It couldn't possibly be that hard to tell one of these shield maidens to strike a flint. But no, evidently she wants to sit in front of a cold hearth. Even from this distance, he can see she is tense with worry. Her blue eyes are wide and harried. Her face is white and strained, her cheeks pinched. Her hands, folded on the table before her, are clasped tight. Her chest heaves with anxious breaths, and she's shivering, which might be remedied in part by making a fire on. But then, of course, she has been the tip of the spear in his campaign. Who knows what horrific things she may have seen, sacking town after town, and many of her warriors fell taking this very city. Such a loss of life might weigh heavily on any commander, but how much more might it burden the heart of a woman? That, and with Sarus heading her way, she would have been concerned his arrival might not come quickly enough. No, he could not hold it against his bride for appearing a little stressed. But now he was here, the cure for all her worries. He spreads out his arms at his sides as he heads toward her. "My wife, fear not, I have come." He stops suddenly as something flinches in Brunhilde's face he doesn't particularly like. Her chair scrapes back, and she rises, trembling, shoulders hunched, fingernails digging into the table. And as she speaks, he can feel his soul leaving his body as her voice quivers with acidic emotion, which, he realizes to his trepidation, has been pent up over the last 6 years and is now being unleashed upon him in overwhelming hostility. "How dare you call me your wife?" "What do you mean?" he asks in a small voice, his knees nearly giving out as the doors boom shut behind him. "You never won me." "Well, I mean," he presses his fingertips together. "My dear, we've talked about this, and may I remind you," he says through a forced smile, nodding back at the men behind him, "that we are not alone." "Do you have any idea what it was like?" Brunhilde continues, tears of rage streaming down her cheeks. "I waited for centuries on that volcano. Centuries, Gunther! Longing for the day my husband would come for me." Gunther swallows and raises his finger, nearly pointing out that she did also have the kingdom of Iceland to run, multiple palaces, and staff to manage, not to mention one of the most formidable navies in Europe, but decides not to mention it. "Don't you understand?" she says, her voice breaking into a sob. "All I ever wanted, all I ever dreamed of, was to be loved." The Huskarl clears his throat behind him.
"My king, perhaps you would like to be alone with the queen."
Gunther jerks his head over his shoulder.
"Gods, no," he whispers harshly. "Don't you leave me." "And then at last, when my day finally came, and love found me," continues Brunhilde, her tears flowing freely, "it was a lie, a sick, twisted, rotten charade, an insult to my honor and my ancestors." She draws in a shuddering breath. "And a dagger in my heart. You and Sigurd have been cheating me since before you ever landed on the shores of Iceland." Gunther chuckles nervously. "Brunhilde,
I maintain that Sigurd won me. His marriage to Gertrude is a sham. Their children, bastards, just like our marriage, Gunther, is a sham. Sigurd is my rightful husband. All right, my dear, I understand you've been under a tremendous amount of stress lately. In a flash, Brunhilde snatches the chair off the floor behind her and hurls it at the wall with no more effort than if she were flinging a teacup, and Gunther cringes away as it explodes in a mess of sticks and splinters. "Don't you patronize me!" The Huskarl steps forward, his hand held out in warning, but Gunther pats him away, vigorously shaking his head. My love, if I may, it's just, I wonder what has brought this up all of the sudden. Brunhilde spreads her hands out on the table and consoles herself with a deep breath. I have been patient. I have kept up appearances. I have even attempted to be a real wife to you, shared your bed, lain beneath you while you do the inchworm. But no matter how I try, I cannot overlook this offense. I am Brunhilde, the Valkyrie Queen of Iceland, and I shall be avenged. He gulps. Avenged? I should, remind you, my dear, that you, swore an oath to the gods to do me no harm. Or Gertrude either, for that matter. That's what Sigurd said. Brunhilde's malevolent laughter fills the hall, and she smiles madly, her red-rimmed eyes and shivering form intensifying her crazed appearance. Oh, Gunther, I'm not going to harm you. He sighs with relief. With that out of the way, perhaps they could have an actual conversation. I'm going to crush your dreams, like you crushed mine. He gasps, and his men shout in alarm at movement up on the balcony. Men in scarlet capes appear out of the shadows. Romans, archers, bows creaking as they train their arrows down at them. Everything you worked for. Footsteps echo out of one of the side doors, and his eyes spring wide as a Roman general in a red cloak and gleaming breastplate enters the hall and takes his place at Brunhilde's side, the hard lines of his face spreading into a triumphant smile. I'm speaking, of course, says Brunhilde, adopting a more sensual pose as she drapes her white arm over the general's shoulder. She looks at him with a satisfied smirk, and Gunther draws in a breath for a high-pitched squeal. About the Germanic coalition. Chapter 18. The Isere River, Gaul. Ulden the Hun raises his hand as he nears the riverbank, signaling for the thousands of horsemen behind him to halt, then stiffens his legs and straightens up in his gold and pearl-encrusted saddle, slowing his own steed to a trot, then a standstill. The pale beast twitches his ear, and he allows it to saunter to the left in the snow, twisting to the right as he looks grimly out over the dark grey water, the cold wind whipping through his black hair. The river is narrower here, only some 100 feet across, and the banks on either side much gentler than the steep slopes and cliffs further east, though the far side is wooded. But at least the trees and brushes are bare this time of year. Still, the current is swift. Chunks of ice are floating by as fast as galloping horses. A man could easily be swept away under those freezing waters. At his side, mounted on a full-grown stallion, dressed in a light brown fur tunic and hat, his 10-year-old son gawks at the fast-moving river. "Father, surely you don't mean for the horde to cross?" He glances at him out of the corner of his eye.
Of course I do.
But father, you can't cross here.
We must. Lugdunum is on the other side, and we'll find no better crossing than here.
But wasn't there a bridge? Not 10 miles to the south, in Gratianopolis?
He looks down at him with a smile.
Yes, Attila. In Gratianopolis. Do you think we should have besieged that town?
The boy straightens up tall and sticks up his chin with pride.
Of course we should have. I don't know why you didn't.
He raises a brow.
Even with its walls and fortifications and heavy garrison, we passed by close enough for you to see all the men watching from the ramparts.
Attila snorts dismissively.
Child's play. If I was king of this horde, I would have sacked that town, killed all the men, raped all the women, and carried them off as slaves with their children.
Would you now, if you were king of this horde? Don't let your brothers hear you talk like that.
Attila holds up his pinky.
I have more power in my little finger than they have in their loins, and I'm not even fully grown.
Alden throws back his head and laughs.
Boy, you keep saying things like that, and you never will be.
The boy twists around in the saddle and looks over his shoulder to make sure his brothers aren't nearby.
Listen to me, my son. If ever one day you are to be king of this horde, you must know what your strengths are. We are Huns. We are not Romans. We are not Goths or Germans. Tell me, what is the strength of the horde?
Striking with overwhelming force and agility, shocking the enemy, shattering their formations, and scattering them before they can get organized.
And how do you expect to do that when your enemy is expecting you and hiding in a heavily defended, fortified city?
Attila shrugs.
Build ladders and... You would have these bow-legged fellows climb down from their saddles and fight on foot? That is not the strength of the horde. You might as well send them out to sea.
All right, then. I'd surround them and starve them out.
Ha! With these scoundrels, they'd kill each other before the city folk even got hungry.
Not only that, he looks at him narrowly out of the corner of his eye,
but you'd still have to cross the river if you want to surround the city.
Oh.
Fear not, my son. We will take Lugdunum. It is still a fortified city, but the Valkyrie Queen has left only a token force behind.
Young Attila raises his chin.
I would like to bed this Valkyrie Queen.
So would every man in Europe. But before anyone does that, we have to cross this river.
Attila looks up at him.
What about this Fafnisbane fellow? Didn't General Sigaric say he was going to try to head us off?
The boy turns back to the river with a worried look.
And won't this crossing be slow and dangerous?
Very slow and very dangerous.
Then if I was this Sigurd Fafnisbane, and I thought my enemy was heading for Lugdunum, I'd try to catch him when...
He looks up at him with a gasp. He nods grimly, scanning the wooded bank on the opposite side of the river.
Stay close, my son.
He takes out his bow and knocks an arrow to the string, then rests it on his lap. His son follows his example, and behind is the sound of many others doing the same. A dark smile spreads across his lips, and he waves 2 fingers forward. In the woods on the other side of the river, Sigurd is crouched in the shadows,
watching the Huns splash into the river, kicking their heels, reins cracking, horses neighing. It's utter chaos. No formation whatever. No commands other than random shouts of "Una! Una!" One of the Huns rides up against his comrades in the confusion, causing the horse to whinny and stagger sharply to the side, knocking the rider out of the saddle. He thrashes around in the freezing water for a bit, arms waving and reaching up, then disappears under the mob of half-charging, half-swimming horses. No sympathy or concern from the men nearby. Only a few laughs. And this is how they treat their own. He doesn't like to think what they might do in Lugdunum, or Valentia for that matter. He has no love for Brunhilde, the way she's been trying to undermine his marriage and his friendship with Gunther, but he wouldn't wish to see her fall into the hands of men like these. Whatever her faults, she'd waged a marvelous campaign this fall. It was safe to say she'd proven her loyalty to Gunther's vision, if not to Gunther himself. And she's shown herself to be a valuable team member, even if he would prefer to keep his distance from her. He would not allow these Huns to undo her progress. Sigurd grips the hilt of Balmung, lying in the snow at his side, and glances at Albrecht the midget, who is ducking behind a tree some distance away, with his hand on the horn hanging from his neck. He's looking back at him, brows raised inquisitively. He shakes his head. Better to let them get a little closer. Right up to the bank. Just a little closer. His stomach growls. Some of the men had been having salted pork earlier. He'd been so worried they'd miss the Huns, he couldn't eat. Now he wishes he'd made himself a sandwich. The Huns in front are nearly to the other side, horses swimming, riders puffing, half submerged in the icy flow. Just a little closer. Maybe 2 sandwiches, with nice thin slices of cheese, crisp tomato slices, horn of mead. No, a mug of ale, a big mug of ale. Oh, and it'll be cold, too, ice cold. That's going to taste fantastic after this. They're coming out of the water now, up onto the bank. He gives Albrecht a nod, and pulls Balmung from its sheath. Though he'd been expecting it, Ulden's skin prickles at the shrill horn blast across the river. A great roar erupts from the far side of the bank. Men burst up from the snow and charge in through the trees. Spears fly and arrows whistle into the horde, filling the air with screams and splashing water. Ambush! He lets his own arrow fly and grabs a handful more from the quiver at his hip. Press forward! Press forward! Next to him, young Attila's eyes are wide with fear and excitement as he reluctantly knocks an arrow to his bow. Come, come, my son, he says, directing his horse around with his legs. Into the river with me! We must lead the horde! The boy nods in silent fear and sends his shaft across the river. Then they both spur their horses and merge with the other riders as they slosh into the freezing current. Sigurd takes the head clean off a horse with an upward stroke of Balmung, sending the rider reeling back with a wail of surprise. Push them back! Push them back into the river! Germanic spearmen step and thrust. Frankish steel sings in flashing arcs. Arrows flit this way and that. The bodies of men and horses are mounting up along the bank, and sodden corpses stuck with feathered shafts are starting to dam up the river. But many of his own men are going down. For every Germanic arrow loosed, the Huns snap back 3 or more. And they just keep coming, riding over their own dead, without fear, without remorse. They're coming up now, up onto the bank, crashing against their Germanic line, horses rearing and kicking, spears and curved swords plunging down. Encircled by a ring of dead, Sigurd carves out a wide berth with Balmung, stroke upon stroke cleaving 2 men, 3 men at a time with the mighty sword of his father's. But still the Huns keep coming. "Sigurd, lord!" cries Albric, his face and steel cap all blotched with gore. "We can't hold them! The line is breaking!" Sigurd nods and plows ahead, slashing and slicing with his gigantic sword, shoulder-checking Huns right out of the saddle, and roaring like a bear, launches several men and horses up into the air with a mighty uppercut. He barrels into the river, slipping and sliding on the bodies underfoot, and sloshes into the cold red water, and starts single-handedly butchering the Hunnic horde. Odin's heart thumps into his throat as this hulking hero wades into the current alone, blue eyes wide and glaring, face and chest all splattered red. This is him, Fafnisbane, the man who's been so much trouble for the Romans, the man whom Sarus seemed to go to such great lengths to avoid. What fame, what tribute might be won if they were to deliver this man's head? He grins madly as he knocks another arrow to his bow. "Kill him! Kill him!" The Huns encircle around him, hooves pounding, water churning, bowstrings plunking. But this demon, this monster keeps coming on, heedless of the arrows plinking harmlessly off his unarmored form, striding through the waist-high current, swinging his massive sword up and down, chopping left and right, grunting and bellowing like an angry gorilla. They cannot fight a man like this. They cannot win against an invincible god. He glances down at his son, who is staring pale-faced and wide-eyed at this unstoppable juggernaut of a foe. He grabs at his chest. "Get back, Attila!" But father, we were pushing them back." "Get back, I say!" He whirls his bow overhead. "Retreat! Huns, retreat!" There is great confusion as men start reining their horses about and turning back into those still charging down into the river. There's much shouting and swearing and neighing, and those in the front are unable to withdraw from the river for some time. And yet this Sigurd fellow is still coming on, scowling, sword held out at his side, angled down and half submerged. "Go on, Attila," he says desperately. "Get away! Let him through! Let the little prince through!" "Father!" Attila cries as he's swept ahead into the retreating horde. Odin watches him disappear with relief. Then, casting aside his bow, he turns back to this Sigurd fellow and draws his curved sword, face flinching with fear and anger. He would show his son how the king of the Huns greets death. Fafnisbane stops and raises his chin as he spurs his horse toward him. He gnashes his teeth, instincts blaring as he enters his striking distance. Any second, that humongous sword will swing up out of the water and shear through his body like a scythe through a sheaf of wheat. Only it doesn't. His enemy waits, watching him coolly as he sloshes closer. His heart is pounding in his ears. He's nearly in reach. He raises his curved sword and lets out a desperate cry and brings the blade crashing down on Sigurd's skull. Steel sings and shatters, and a million glistening shards burst into the air. Odin gasps and holds up the broken hilt in dismay. Sigurd frowns, unharmed, then rams his fist into his horse's face with such force that the beast's legs give out beneath him, and he sinks up to his neck into the freezing current. "Ha! Ha!" he pants, thrashing about, his feet still caught in the stirrups. Sigurd wades toward him, and grabbing him by the collar of his tunic, yanks him up from the water and lifts him effortlessly over his head. "You Huns," he says, "you've learned the language of the Goths?" He nods, clutching at his muscular wrist. "And you're the leader of this horde?" "Yes," he rasps. "I am Alden.
The king. Good. Now you listen to me.
Sigurd raises him up a little higher.
This is coalition territory. You want a raid? Do it on the other side of the Alps. You want to hire yourself out to the Romans? You better be sure they send you east. Because if you come back here, to Gaul, you'll find nothing but tears and death. Is that clear?
Olden peers down at him in disbelief.
You're letting me go? Of course. Someone has to lead your band of unwashed savages back across the mountains. Now away with you.
He hurls him back some ways, and he splashes back into the black water. He surfaces, sputtering and gasping, and half swims, half wades away from this godlike hero as fast as he can. Sigurd watches the so-called king of the Huns crawl out of the river onto the snowy bank and stagger sopping and shivering after his beaten horde. He rests Balmung across his shoulders, a satisfied smile spreading across his lips. They did it. They arrived in time, and beat them smartly. There's no more threat to Brunhilde or any of the towns she's taken. Gaul is all but theirs. A loud cheer breaks out as he turns back to the men. They're all waving their weapons and helms and pounding their shields, and roaring voices gather into two competing chants of "Sigurd! Sigurd!" and "Fafnir's Bane! Fafnir's Bane!" He nods shyly in various directions as he wades toward the bank. He always finds these moments so awkward, and he never really knows what to do, even though he's experienced it many times before.
Yes, it was nothing. I think I better go change into some dry clothes.
And he hurries through their mist, anxious to no longer be the center of attention. Alberic scurries after him.
Good show, Sigurd Lord. You really made a mess of them. Yeah.
He wipes the blood off his face, then turns around to the midget, his stomach grumbling.
I'm going to need some sandwiches. 3 sandwiches. On rye, with...
He prods his large finger into his palm.
Some of that salted pork. Cheese? Lettuce? Tomato? Any horseradish, Lord? Horseradish, yes, please. Oh, and a big mug of ale. And a big mug of ale. Very good, sir.
Now he just needs to find a fire where he can sit down and get cleaned up. But before he can even go in search of one, a rider comes galloping through the trees, kicking up snow behind them.
Sigurd, Lord! Sigurd!
His shoulders sag and he sticks out his jaw. Now what's the matter?
Prince Sigurd,
huffs the rider, reining his steed up before him.
An urgent message from Valentia.
Chapter 19. Hervor, Valentia, Gaul. I huff and turn over in my cot and pull the grey wool blanket a little more over my shoulder. Rays of silver-blue light are streaming through the frosted glass window, flooding my small servant's chamber. I can't sleep, not with that full moon peering in, not with all the things weighing on my mind. I need to escape. I've let it go too long, and now Sigurd's on his way. Gods, if he finds out I'm here... No, I need to be gone before then. The problem is Tyrfing. I can't leave without it. It's here, locked up in a room with some other loot Sarus thought to bring, and guarded. Sarus's legionaries look at me with the same desire as any other men, but I won't be able to seduce them. Not with that strict Roman discipline. I'd have a better chance attacking and killing them. I've gained Sarus's trust, and I have access to small knives and things I could use as weapons. I know I could do it,
especially if I take them by surprise, but not without any commotion. I might be able to get into Tyrfing, but I'd be fighting my way out of this place. I could just ask for my freedom. Sarus is reasonable. I could just tell him my situation, and I'd have to get baptized like he said, which doesn't really sit well with me. But that was before I knew we were meeting up with Sigurd of Xanten. If it's between that and getting out of here, I might just grit my teeth and do it. But then, when Sarus said that, it was when I'd first surrendered. But now he's invested his time in me, grooming me for Serena, teaching me Latin, making me into a suitable slave. I have value to him. Is he really just going to let me go? Fine. I don't want to involve Frederick. I know I meant to nurture his affections for that very purpose. But he's been good to me, and kind. I don't want to cause him any trouble. I'm going to miss that boy. Movement catches my eye. The dim crack of light under the door flickers with a passing shadow. I sit up, frowning. My room is next to Berta's. People are still up, but Berta doesn't usually come out once she's retired for the night. What's she up to? I've got a feeling she's not looking for a late-night snack. Waiting another second or two, I swing out of bed and silently open the door a crack. Yes, it's Berta, and the way she's skulking down the hall, looking left and right. She doesn't want anyone to know what she's up to. At least not Sarus or his men. I wait until she disappears around the corner, then I slip out after her. There'll be a heavy price if I'm caught out of my room. But Sarus might just thank me for it. It might make him more willing to discuss my freedom, or more unwilling to part with me. Berta is heading around the balcony overlooking the great hall, keeping to the shadows. She's still unaware she's being followed. Below, flanked by several legionaries, Sarus's prized prisoner, King Gunther of the Burgundians, is seated at the head of a long table, arms crossed, looking generally displeased. Firelight from behind him glimmering on his balding pate, and the naked swords crossed at his neck. "I hear you've been having trouble getting paid," he says, looking over his shoulder at one of the soldiers. "You know, I could double, triple your wages. Money is no object for me." He receives no response. "Quadruple?" Silence. "Bah, you've obviously been in the Roman legions too long. Forgotten how to help yourselves." That, and Sarus handpicked his most trustworthy men to accompany him on this mission. I head across the balcony, darting from shadow to shadow, crutching low, moving like an assassin. Then I hear Sarus's voice, and I freeze mid-step, exactly midway. I turn my head, ever so slightly, and glance down into the hall. The large bronze doors are open, and Sarus has paused right in the entrance with the magistrate of Valentia. Hell and Loki! He only needs to look up, and he'll see me. I swallow nervously and keep stone still. Fortunately, he seems preoccupied with his conversation. I can't quite hear what they're saying, and they're speaking Latin anyway. But from what little I can gather, and the way he claps his hand on his shoulder, it sounds like he's reassuring him everything will be all right. The magistrate says something appreciatively, and Sarus gives a slight bow. Then the magistrate departs, and my heart jumps into my throat as Sarus turns into the great hall. However, I continue to escape his notice as his attention shifts to the King of Burgundy.
Gunther, Gunther, he says,
grinning as he sweeps his hand over the table.
I thought while we wait for your friend, we might play Ludus Latrunculorum.
Gunther snorts.
Roman checkers? You've beaten me in real life. What's the point of playing silly games like that? Give you a chance to get back at me.
Gunther looks away resentfully.
No, I don't want to play with you. The way you conduct yourself, I'm certain you'll cheat.
Sarus pulls out a chair.
That's something coming from you.
I can only imagine what lies my wife has told you.
Indeed.
He turns to one of the men.
Tabulum deducere. Bring the board.
Then he sits down out of sight, and I breathe a sigh of relief and continue on my way. It takes me some time to catch up with Berta, and there's a moment I start panicking I've lost her. Then I get a glimpse of her as she rounds a corner into a dark hallway. I hurry after her, and just barely catch sight of her as she disappears into a discreet chamber. The door creaks shut, but remains partially open, leaving a thin L shape of flickering orange light spilling out into the hall. I creep closer, my heart pounding in my ears as I control my breathing. Then I peer in through the crack. Berta is standing before a crackling fireplace. There's someone else there too I can't quite see. "You're sure you weren't followed?" asks a woman in a hushed voice. Berta nods. The other woman sighs. "Oh, it's good to see you again, even if it's only been a little while. You've been missed, child." "I've missed you as well." Berta drops to her knees and kisses the woman's hand, who remains just out of view. "But it is an honor to serve you, my queen." "I knew it. She's a fake servant, a fake Christian. She's playing Sarus like a harp and spying on him for Brunhilde." There's footsteps in the chamber, and furniture squeaks. "Tell me about Sarus. I have my own opinions, of course, but you've spent more time with him. What's he like? Is he putting on a show for me?" "Only a little, my lady. He is, of course, enamored by your beauty, but convinces himself he is not. I should say he cannot help but find you to be a most impressive woman and queen. But in his mind, he tells himself you are only a barbarian and a pagan." "And what manner of man is he among his men in camp?" "Stern, strong, like my Sigurd." "No, lady. Sigurd is strong physically with the might of giants, like yourself, but he is glum and anxious. Sarus is strong in spirit. He governs himself and his men with rigorous discipline. Everything to him is war, temptation, fatigue, hunger. He is constantly fighting, even against himself, and he is cunning. I tell you, lady, I am glad we have allied with him. He would be a ruthless foe. What an interesting man. But he must have some weakness. Pride, my queen. Ambition. And he fancies himself to be civilized, but behind his Latin speech and scarlet cape, he is just a barbarian masquerading as a Roman." There's some quiet laughter. "Ah, isn't that silly? And what about in private? What's he like? Is he strong and dominant in bed as well? Or does he show a softer side and become sweet and gentle?" Berta pauses. possibly reluctant to answer. To tell the truth, lady, I wouldn't know. What do you mean? You haven't slept with him? Berta! He would not touch me. I offered myself to him, but, as I said, he is strictly disciplined. He would view such an action as a sin and a distraction from his mission. But what influence do you have over him if you aren't pleasing him in bed? Gods, Berta! The furniture squeaks again as Brynhilda gets up, and Berta looks at her fearfully as she paces to the other side of the room. I have won some influence over him, but, and my lady won't wish to hear this, I have had to please him in other ways. The Queen jerks her head. What other ways? Then she whispers, Is he Eric? No, my lady, it's to gain his trust. I have been baptized. What? You... She turns away, one hand clapped to her mouth. Baptized? Berta, this is a betrayal I would never have expected. Not from you. Betrayal? Berta's voice starts to break. Lady, no. She reaches out to her queen, but Brynhilda snatches her hand away. What I have done out of loyalty to you, I swear. I know it is your scheme to have Sarus control Sigurd, using Gunther, but you cannot leave him to his own devices. You would have me be your hand of influence, and this was the only way to endear myself to him. It was a spur of the moment. Oh, so on a whim, you abandon the gods of our people for this Jesus Christ? Lady, you know I've always had my doubts about the gods. Oh, Berta! But there are aspects of Christianity that make sense. Our people sacrifice to the gods. But God the Father has provided us with the ultimate sacrifice in the form of his Son. Gods in Asgard! Berta! I frown. Apparently she's not as fake as I thought. Loki. My lady, Berta replies, there are parts of it that resonate with me, but even so, I would never have done it if it wasn't the only way. I know you disapprove, but you don't know what favor I won with him. You've seen that other woman he brought here, the slave girl? She would not convert, and you should see how he treats her, even though she is a princess. My skin prickles with a sudden cold as Brynhilda turns to her. I have seen her, yes. She is Nordic too, is she? She has an uncommon beauty. I thought she might be of a noble line. Is she a princess? Who is she? My heart is pounding. I shake my head in dread. You won't believe me when I tell you, my lady. Oh, gods. Well, go on then, Berta. Who is she? She is Hervor Angantysdottir. Cold needles prick my fingertips. My throat constricts. Angantysdottir? Gasps the Icelandic queen. How in hell? She paces away from her, her eyes darting left and right, then turns back with a sudden motion. Tell me quickly, Berta, if she really is the Princess of Lofoten, where is Tyrfing? Sarus has it. Sarus? And does he know what it is he has in his possession? Or that his cup wench has struck down some of the hardest men in Scandinavia and carried off the wealth of kings and chieftains? He knows she is a princess and a warrioress of some renown, but it means little to him. As to the sword, He heeds her warnings of it, though I do not believe he regards its power to be anything more than pagan superstition. Brunhilde strokes her braid thoughtfully. This is good. You are to use your influence with Sarus to suggest that if he wishes to further gain my favor, he will turn his thrall maiden and her enchanted blade over to me. My cousins in Glassesfeller will be very interested to learn of this development. Tears burn my eyes as I whirl away from the door and lean back against the wall, clutching my chest as I try to calm my anxious breathing. I need to get out of here. Now. Chapter 20. Hervor. Glassesfeller, 403 AD. My favorite thing about Glassesfeller is the forests. All the trees here are so tall and thick, and when I go walking in the woods, I feel like I'm in an ancient place. A thin place. It makes me wonder about what my sparring friends told me about the magic here. And I remember that Sampsey Island, where my father's buried, is a thin place too. And that's what allows the dead to walk. But these woods, I can tell there's power here. I can feel it. This place, Glassesfeller, is a veil of the gods. I'll miss it here. I've always been enamored by the sea, but the forests of Glassesfeller have found a place in my heart. And in no other place has the hunting been so good. I'm up before the sun, even though it rises early this time of year, and sneak downstairs so as not to wake Liv or Suva. I'm going to leave them here. There's lots of chores for them to do, and they're not much good at being quiet in the woods. They've left a water skin out for me, though, along with a loaf of bread and a wedge of cheese and a couple boiled eggs. I sweep it all into my satchel and pour myself a horn of mead from a flagon sitting out. But before I can take a sip, I'm sure I hear the clop of a horse's hooves outside. I freeze and listen. It's quiet for a moment. Then there's a whinny, and my heart pounds as someone whispers, "Dritzik! This is it. They've come for me." I drink up my mead, then I string my bow and nock an arrow. They'll find Hervor Angantysdottir won't be such easy prey. I creep quietly to the door and silently unbolt it. Then, after a deep breath, I wrench it open and dart out onto the porch, my bow drawn back to my ear. "Whoa!" Prince Hofen throws up his hands. "Hervor, whoa!" "How many of you?" I snarl. "How many?" "What?" I glance quickly over my shoulder. "You've men around the back. How many?" "Men around back? No, it's only me." He lowers his hands slowly. "Hervor, did you think that I came to... Why else would you be here at this hour?" He shakes his head, chuckling. "I brought you this horse. As a gift. I wanted it to be a surprise, and I didn't think you'd be up yet." I breathe out slowly and ease the tension on my bow. It's just starting to get light out, and the valley is a silvery blue with a streak of gold peeking over the mountain tops. The cool morning breeze whispers in my hair as I eye the chestnut stallion tied to the porch rail. He's a fine beast, strong, majestic. A gift? Wait. There's something different about him from the other horses here. Just a little shorter, stockier, and very sturdy. Is he from Borg, Lofoten? I gasp, and tears spring into my eyes, and I cast my bow aside and go down to see this magnificent animal. "That's where I've been," he says. I heard you like Borg horses best, so... And where did you hear that, I wonder, I ask, glancing back as Leave and Sufa appear in the doorway behind me, yawning and sleepy-eyed. I stroke the muzzle of this fine animal, in love with him already. Oh, you're such a handsome boy. I give him a kiss on the nose. Such a handsome boy. I think I'll name you Trumdi-2. Lady, asks Suva, will the prince be joining us for breakfast? I'm not usually one to get bashful, but he's really caught me off guard this morning. The surprise has taken my breath away. I can't believe he went all the way to Borg. Well, Prince Hofund, I say quietly, barely able to look him in the eye. I was just about to go hunting in the forest, but perhaps you might like to come in for something to eat, and then maybe we could go together? His face lights up with a smile, and his green eyes sparkle in the morning sun. I'd like that. Valentia, Gaul, 406 AD. Frederick, wake up! I give him a gentle shake, and he opens his eyes, then jerks away in surprise, pulling the blankets over himself. Hervor? What are you... I'm sorry, Frederick. I wanted to leave you out of it, I really did. But I need your help. There's a moment where he looks confused. Then he sits up and looks at me with resolve. Anything. Oh, he's so naive, it breaks my heart. I need to escape. Tonight. Tonight? Right now. He rubs his head. I mean, is this about Sigurd Favnisbane? If it was just about him, I could probably avoid notice. But Brynhilde has discovered who I am. She wants your uncle to turn me over. If he does, I'm a dead woman. But he won't. Don't you get it? He doesn't have a choice. Oh, okay. So you need to escape. And I need Tyrfing. Right. You're Sarus's nephew, and an officer. You could have a reason to take it. Frederick looks away uncomfortably. You want me to lie to the guards? I kneel down and place my hand on his thigh. Frederick, I say quietly, it's wrong to lie. It is. But if you don't do this, I'll have no choice but to kill the guards and take Tyrfing by force, then fight my way out of the city. At least this way you're avoiding bloodshed. He sighs. I suppose that makes sense. But where will we go? I've been thinking east. Maybe meeting up with... Wait. We? Frederick? No. Why not? He says. I can't stay here if I help you. Sarus will know. Besides, he lowers his eyes from mine and gets a little bashful. I want to come with you. Frederick, I want to protect you. I know you can look after yourself. But still, I hang my head. It would be easier to get out of the city with a Roman officer at my side. We'd be a lot less likely to be questioned in the streets or at the gate. All right, I say. We'll go together. Chapter 21. Sarus strokes his chin as he studies the Latronus board. Firelight flickers in the glossy black and white pieces. Gunther drums his fingers on the table impatiently, looking quite annoyed, which is to be expected, having lost 2 games already. Brisk footsteps behind him break his concentration, and he turns slightly as one of his men leans down to his ear. Legatus, Favnisbane has arrived. He nods, nervous excitement stirring in his belly, and he's unable to resist a smile as he reaches for one of the black pieces and plucks it up and sets it down next to the white duke's bead, boxing it in completely. I win again. Gunther folds his arms and looks away, ignoring the blades held at his throat. I wasn't even trying. He smiles deviously and begins putting away the game. He's still collecting the pieces when the outer doors creak open and slam shut. A feminine voice bids welcome, but a much deeper voice booms over her. Where is he? Gunther? Gunther! The hair prickles on his neck as a hulking, muscle-bound barbarian barges into the hall with a drawn sword. He must be over 7 feet tall, and the blade in his hand is as long as a galley oar. But however intimidating his appearance, his expression is one of exasperation, and when he sees Gunther seated at the head of the table, with 6 swords at his throat, he throws up his hand in despair. Gunther! Gunther smiles sardonically. Good evening, Sigurd. Sarus rises cautiously, setting the last of the Latronus pieces in the box. Prince Sigurd, I presume? And you must be Sarus. He steps back in alarm as he thrusts his massive sword at him with unnatural speed and ease of movement. Let him go! Sarus chuckles nervously. I don't think so. And I should warn you against any sudden movements. My men are jumpy, and their blades are extremely sharp. We'd all like to avoid an accident. You so much as break his skin, and I'll kill everyone here. Men, women, I don't care. Let's try not to get emotional. I have no intention of harming your friend, provided you cooperate. Please, take a seat. Sigurd glumly slumps down into a chair and lays his humongous sword in front of him at the far end of the table. His face darkens as Brynhilde appears at the balcony overlooking the hall. You, he sees up at her. This is all your fault! Her chest heaves and she turns pale. Sigurd, I'll kill you. I swear in Odin's name, I'm going to kill you. Now, says Sarus, reaching out his hand. No one's killing anyone. Let's all just... But Sigurd ignores him, turning to Gunther and jabbing his thick finger into the table. I told you this would happen. I told you. Gunther rolls his eyes. Yes, you were against it all from the beginning. Trust me, Sigurd, I haven't forgotten. Although, as I recall, you weren't so reluctant about the whole thing that it kept you from taking my wife's virginity. Sarus frowns and shifts his eyes between them. Are you still... You know I wanted no part of that. And I think I've more than atoned for... You know what? No, you don't get to play the victim. I mean, I don't see anyone else with 6 swords at their throat. Anyone else here whose wife cucked them with their best friend? No? I guess it's just me. Sarus peers thoughtfully up at Brynhilde as she scowls down at them, digging her fingernails into the balcony rail. I'm so sick of the two of you, she snaps. Stop talking about me like I'm not here. I'm not just some objective to achieve in your silly campaign. I am the Valkyrie Queen of Iceland, and the two of you have deceived me, scorned me, and dishonored me. Whether you realize it or not, you deserve whatever has come upon you. If anyone is the victim here, it is I. This is my revenge against you for the foul way which you have used me. Yes, wife, says Gunther grimly. We did all the things you just said. Was it despicable? Yes. Underhanded? Indeed. Worthy of your wrath and vengeance? Absolutely. I suppose I even deserved what you did with Sigurd. And in turn, He deserved to have to go off and slay the Storsen serpent. But upon his return, we were all even with one another. All our honor was restored. Perhaps if I was merely some mortal queen, she hisses. But you seem to consistently forget just who it is you have offended. And so you feel there is outstanding debt for our transgressions, for which you have bided your time for the last 6 years, waiting for an opportunity to strike me where it hurts me most. Indeed. Yes. Well, my dear, I've been thinking as I've been sitting here by the fire, under guard. And you're out of line. You've crossed the line, in fact, in a very serious way. Sigurd cocks his head curiously. You see, the matter between me, you, and Sigurd is one of a personal nature, something by which the laws of both our lands might be decided by a duel, or a fine, or some such thing. But you, Brynhilda, in an attempt to get back at me, have betrayed the united Germanic peoples. This is Nid. Sigurd's right. There'll be no coming back for you. You'll die for this.
All right, says Sarus. Like I said, no one's going to die. Queen Brynhilda, please come down and join us. I'll have my slave girl come and serve us some late-night refreshments, and we can all talk about this like grown-ups.
He leans back and gestures to one of his men, who leaves the hall to fetch Hervor out of bed. Sigurd rubs his brow impatiently as Brynhilda disappears back into the shadows.
So what? How did this come about? Was this Stilicho's plan?
Indeed. That's right. Stilicho would be the one taking credit for this. Never mind that he was the one taking all the risk. Gunther arches his brow. Evidently news of my marriage troubles have made it as far as Ravenna. The man saw weakness and went straight for it. Which, well, that is what we did in Britain, with the troops they weren't paying. Gunther eyes his captor curiously. Have you been paid, General Sarus? Or should I say, King Sarus? He snickers in disbelief. I have no interest in lording over some petty tribe of savages. My loyalty to the Empire is beyond question. The Burgundian king looks to his companion at the other end of the table. In other words, yes, but you're not sure when you'll be paid again. The Emperor is pretty forgetful about that sort of thing. No, that was not going to happen. Not this time. Nor ever again. Of that he could be certain. Brynhilda enters the hall and takes a seat across from him, glancing awkwardly at Sigurd. Sarus leans on his elbows and folds his hands under his chin. Now, here's how this will work. Prince Sigurd, up until now you've operated in the interests of your friend and ally, King Gunther of Burgundy. You will continue to do so. Sigurd exhales slowly, pinching the bridge of his nose. However, Gunther's objectives have changed. Instead of ousting the Roman presence in Gaul, you will uphold it. Christianity will be reinstated as the state religion. Vortigern will return to Britain, north of the Wall. Geitzer's fleet will return to Sweden, and this barbarian horde you all have mustered will disperse back across the Rhine. His legionary returns with his maidservant and begins discreetly conversing with another of his men as the girl begins retrieving silver goblets from a cupboard in the corner of the hall. Sigurd, I understand you have a family. Sigurd stares at him with a sour expression. You may return to them in Xanten and live quietly. Until, of course,
You are needed in service to the Empire.
Service to the Empire, scoffs Gunther as the girl pours him his drink. My good man, you assume our friendship is greater than our hatred for Rome. He accepts the goblet and sticks out his neck as he attempts to drink from it over the sword held at his throat.
No, says Sigurd grimly. It's true. I ventured into Fafnir's domain so this woman's treachery wouldn't come between us. I'll do this as well.
The two of you aren't ones to speak of treachery, hisses Brynhilde, as her goblet is set before her. And here I thought this would be my chance at Valhalla, sighs Gunther. I guess I'll be a guest of the Emperor instead. Oh, gods, tell me I'll be kept under arrest in the palace, and not in some dank prison cell. The damp wreaks havoc on my sinuses.
Actually, Gunther, I have no intention of sending you to Rome.
Brynhilde looks at him in surprise. You don't? But I thought that was... He smiles deviously as he takes up his cup.
Stilicho's plan? Indeed.
They would not be overlooking him again. This time, they would very much appreciate his devotion. He frowns as Berta pours Sigurd's cup. The oversized barbarian looks her up and down as though there's some strange novelty in seeing her in Roman garb.
Berta?
He looks to his legionaries who are still whispering to each other, somewhat more audibly now, and throwing up their hands.
What is this? Where's Hervor?
Sigurd spews out his wine. The men turn to him nervously, and the first man swallows and says, I'm sorry, sir, she was not in her room.
What? Well, then where the devil is she?
I don't know, sir. Sigurd leans over the table.
Did you say Hervor?
Brynhilde slams down her cup and bolts up from the table. Sound the alarm! Then she turns to him, her face grave. General Sarus, there's something you should know. Chapter 22. Hervor. The cold night air burns in my lungs as we lope on through the powdery knee-high snow. The lights of Valentia blink from the dark behind us. We're several miles from the city now, and we stop at the bottom of a hill, wincing and huffing, our smoking breath shimmering in the moonlight. Still, think we shouldn't have got a horse? Huffs Frederick. I take a quick sip of water from my skin and shake my head. Getting horses had been part of the plan, and if we had, we'd be much further away by now, and it'd be much easier going. And maybe if I hadn't caught sight of Sigurd riding through the streets, I might have had the nerve to take the extra risk. We'll keep on another couple miles northeast, I say. Maybe we'll find a farm or homestead where we can seize a couple mounts. But we need to reach the river. I glance back anxiously at the obvious trail we've left through the snow, all the way back to the city. We need to cover our tracks. Frederick nods breathlessly, and I give him a nudge on the shoulder. Come on. We just start up the hill when 3 low hums drone out from the distance behind us. I stop, my hair prickling, and look back at the city. That's the alarm, says Frederick. They're coming. The 3 hums sound out again, and Tyrfing whispers, evoking a sudden urge to reach for its hilt, to reassure myself with its comforting power, to give in to its call. No, even now I resist its influence. I must. I nod up at the tree line at the top of the hill. Into the woods. But as we scramble the rest of the way up the hill, I have a sinking feeling. I push the thought out of my mind and strive on. We have to make it to the river. It's treacherous going in the woods. The trees cast strange shadows in the moonlight, confusing our path. We stumble over roots buried in the snow,
Frozen branches whip our faces and claw my hair. We're not getting anywhere fast, and it isn't long before I hear the sound of charging horses and barking dogs. Tyrfing calls me. Its voice is throbbing in my heart, pulsing in my veins. It wants me to draw it, to wield it, to save myself with it. I nearly reach for its hilt, but wrench my hand away. No, no, no! Frederick glances at me in worried confusion. He thinks I'm running from these men here and now. He doesn't know what feelings this invokes. That I'm 16 again, fleeing my grandfather, my hands wet with his blood. He doesn't know what the tears blurring my eyes and the burning in my heart is really for. That once more I'm tearing through the forests of Glassesfeller, running for my life. I wipe my eyes on my sleeve and push myself even faster. Hervor, slow down. I can't. I look back at him over my shoulder. Then my foot catches on something and I go down face first into the snow. Who am I kidding? We're not going to make it. Not to the river. Not on foot. There's only one way out of this. Only one. Hervor! Frederick grabs me by the arm and pulls me up. Come on! But I shake my head. We'll never outrun them. He stares at me inquisitively. Tyrfing is quiet now, waiting in silent anticipation. It knows what is about to come. Frederick, this is important. You need to stay away from me. What? Hervor? The horsemen are getting closer now. I can see their shadowy forms galloping through the trees, mastiffs bounding through the snow. Promise me you'll stay away. Just keep running. Don't look back. Hervor, go on, Frederick. Looking back reluctantly, he jogs on, and I turn to our pursuers, my heart wilting black and grim as I whisper a prayer to the only God who's ever looked upon me. Gelvig, Mother, accept this blood as an oblation. I wrap my hand around Tyrfing's grip. The ruby bulging from the scabbard glows red, pulsing with the beating of my heart as I feel its terrible power coursing through me. It and I are one. One will. Its will. I possess it, and it possesses me.
There they are! There! Ha! Hi-ya!
They come charging toward me. Men, dogs, horses. But I have no fear. Only a cool confidence as I unsheath the blade of my fathers. Red light radiates from the dwarf-cursed steel as it glides free with liquid ease, like the shining of a malevolent star, lighting the snow and trees in its sinister aura. My lips spread into an eager grin. My breath hitches. I shudder in anticipation. The madness is coming. The madness I've staved off for so long. Oh gods! The first rider comes bearing down on me with a net. I rush to meet him, swinging this evil blade, cleaving through steel, flesh, and bone like a fast ship through still waters. I feel Tyrfing's glee, a buzzing warmth like the hot spray on my face and neck. The insatiable desire is overwhelming. I cannot resist it, and as I turn to my next victims, the screams of a dying man ringing in my ears, my blood catches fire, and the scarlet fury takes me. When I regain my senses, there's not an ounce of strength left in my body. I sink to my knees in the snow, panting, shivering. I suddenly realize how cold it is. It doesn't help I'm soaking wet, drenched in, well, it looks like a great battle has taken place. Men, dogs, horses lie all around me, the snow all spewed with black, the trees splashed with dark blotches. One of the horses whimpers and kicks pitifully on its side, its bowels spilling out of its belly. Its rider lies nearby without a head. Tyrfing pulses gently in my hand, its appetite satiated. For now, I wipe it off in the snow and resheath it, then stagger to my feet. Frederick? No reply. I search the trees for movement in the shadows and listen for him trudging back through the snow. But all I hear is the wind whispering in the woods. Frederick, it's over. If he kept going like I told him, he could be quite a ways ahead. He might be out of earshot. I need to catch up. I glance up at the moon to get my bearings, then start heading after him. Frederick! Then, by chance, I see a shadowy form sitting slumped against a tree. I might not have noticed him, save he's smaller than the others. Frederick! But his eyes shoot wide as he sees me coming, and he starts crawling away. No, he wheezes, clutching his belly. Please, just let me be. A cold feeling comes over me, and I dig my nails into my palms. I told him to go on ahead. Hell and Loki, I told him. But he just had to be a man. Just had to come back and save the girl. I'm not worth saving. This is what happens. This is what happens to everything I touch. I hold my breath as he starts making his peace with the Christ God. Domine Jesu Christi, he whispers, his breath rasping and squeaking. Filii Dei miserere mei, Jesu Christe. A black pool seeps into the snow around him. He doesn't have long. He makes the sign of the cross, then stares at me in fear and confusion, a feverish look in his eye. I don't understand. I was helping you. I feel thin and hollow as I kneel next to him. Frederick, I'm sorry. He shakes his head in bewilderment, shivering, pale as the winter ground. You killed me, Hervor. His head rolls to the side, and I shut my eyes as he breathed his last. I'm sorry, I whisper again. I lean in and kiss his forehead. I'm sorry. Then with a final sniff, I rise and press on into the frigid dark, cold tears streaking down my cheeks as I leave one more dead friend behind. Chapter 23. Ravenna, Italy. General Stilicho strides into the amphitheater to pounding drums and sounding trumpets. All eyes of the Senate are on him, and his son Eucharius, who enters at his side in full officer regalia. There is a sense of awe among them. It hasn't been announced yet, not formally, but news has reached them. rumors from the north. Once again, he's done the impossible. Even Olympius will have to grant him that. The barbarians have been brought to heel, and peace all but reigns in the empire. For now. The drums and trumpets cease, and he and his son stamp to attention before the emperor, and thrust out their right hands. "Hail Caesar!" Emperor Honorius sits up and gives them each a nod. Notably absent from his lap, Rome the imperial rooster struts about in a golden cage next to the throne. "Well," he says, "I'm told you have some exciting news." "Indeed, glorious Caesar. The bravery of my son and our valiant General Sarus cannot be overstated. Both risked their lives for the sake of the empire, and thanks to their efforts, we were able to exploit King Gunther's marital strife to our advantage. His wife, Queen Brunhilda of Iceland, has allied with us and betrayed her husband into our hands. This is no small thing, for with Gunther as our hostage, we have leverage over the man they call Sigurd Favnisbane. The Germanic coalition is shattered." Olympius turns red and looks about in dismay, as a loud cheer erupts from the other senators, and they all leap up from their seats and clap their hands. "King Geitzer," he continues over the commotion, "has sailed back to Sweden. King Vortigern has returned home, and has sworn to remain on his side of Hadrian's wall. Most of their Germanic tribes have retreated back across the Rhine. A few stubborn factions remain, but with Brunhilda's strength, and with Sigurd as our vassal, our northern citizens will soon have nothing to fear." "Bravo!" exclaims the emperor, clapping gleefully. "Excellent work! You've outdone yourself this time, Stilicho. You really have. And you hardly spent a single denarius." He turns back to the Senate. "It costs practically nothing. Can you believe it? You know, I think a parade is in order."
"Noble Caesar," Olympius cries in protest, "I'm not sure that—"
No. Your emperor has spoken, Olympius. I have spoken. We're having a parade."
Stilicho draws in a sharp breath. Sarus is the pillar on which this victory rests. If there is to be any show of honor, it would be wise, but Honorius pumps his fist into the air, no longer listening.
"Everybody together! Roma! Roma!"
To include him. "Caesar! Lord Caesar!" His chest constricts as he starts to feel short of breath. They cannot afford to neglect Sarus. They cannot. He's already refused to send Gunther to Rome. That means all the power is in his hands. He's essentially holding a sword over the Empire's head. He's quickly becoming another Alaric, another indispensable but dangerous ally they will need to constantly appease. "Caesar! Caesar, please! We must ensure proper respect to Caesar." But no one can hear him over shouts of "Roma! Roma!" He sighs. It's no use. He glances worriedly at Eucharius, but his son only shrugs and claps his hand on his shoulder, as he too thrusts his fist into the air and joins the chant. "Roma! Roma! Roma!" Worms, Burgundy. Another raw, feminine cry peals through the palace halls. Maids hurry into the royal bedchamber with soft towels and hot water. The new princess is being born. Gertrude paces around the four-poster bed, hissing and blowing, hands on her hips, hair disheveled, nightgown damp with sweat. She grabs onto the foot of the bed, groaning, and sinks into a squat, rocking from side to side. "Breathe, my lady," says one of the midwives. "You must breathe." Gertrude nods, blowing through pursed lips. And push! Push, my lady! Gertrude starts to growl, her face contorting with pain, then gets up on her knees. Good! Now breathe! Breathe! Push! But Gertrude shakes her head, panting. I can't. I'm so tired. You can. You can, my lady. You're stronger than you know. The midwife kneels beside her. Just breathe. Breathe with me. Good. Yes. Then Gertrude looks up at the other maids standing by. Is the fire lit in Bridget's forge? The women stare at her in silent fear. Did you light the fire, like I asked? They both cast their eyes to the floor. Answer me! Princess, says one of them, we were afraid to, lest we break the first commandment. But we have sought the prayers of the Mother of the Lord for you and the infant. Fie on you, and fie on the Mother of the Lord! The servants gasp and sign themselves with the cross. Leave me! I will have no Christians witness the birth of this child. Gertrude grunts in pain and crawls onto all fours. If Bridget's forge was unlit, then she would seek the help of another. Ipona kudichmi, Aviananyach kudichmi. Lady of horses, help me. She strains with all her might, crying out in agony and determination. The midwives gather behind her, and then at last, sweet, emptying relief. She laughs, panting, sinking onto her elbows, and her heart melts with maternal joy as the babe's first cries fill the room. Tapa leva vien, she whispers, then turns over and leans back against the foot of the bed for several moments' rest before the final push to deliver the afterbirth. Quickly, she huffs, pulling her arms over the nightgown as the midwives wash the squealing baby. Give me the child. One of the women kneels next to her, smiling, with the infant in her arms. Look, princess, you've given birth to a healthy girl, a daughter. Indeed, she says, taking her from the midwife. Her name will be... She pauses, looking down into the child's sweet face, taken by her beauty. Suddenly, she doesn't feel right calling her Rowena. Another name rises to her tongue, an even prettier name, and one she's certain Sigurd will approve of. Svanhild. Her name will be Svanhild. It rings true as she says it aloud. A fitting name for a princess. Then she adds, I dedicate her to Epona, the horse goddess, who helped me with her delivery. But as Gertrude holds the new child against her bare skin, there's a tickle in her nose. Oh, my lady, says one of the women, your nose. Your nose is bleeding. She lifts her hand to her nostrils as the infant wails into her breast. Sure enough, her fingers are dabbed with red. She frowns up at the midwives, wondering at its meaning. But as blood trickles down over her lip, a scarlet drop splashes onto baby Svanhild's forehead. Thrace, Greece, April 407 AD. The king is an imposing figure. He's seated on a wooden throne, his curly beard falling like golden wool over his shirt of scales. His arms and legs are bare, muscular. He has the appearance of a lion. And beneath his heavy crown, his blue eyes are swimming with wisdom and savagery. He tilts up his chin as she enters the royal tent and comes before him through the gathering of officers. On his right sits his queen, a smiling, cheerful woman, a year or two younger than herself. Behind his other shoulder stands his brother, a heroic-looking fellow, handsome, blond, clean-shaven. He peers down at her apathetically, then gives her a nod. She drops down on one knee, and looking up at the king, puts her hand over one eye. He is a Christian, but not the kind that Sarus was. He's sort of in between him and Radagaisus, tolerant. Though he worships the Christ God, he's allowed her to swear on her own gods. I, Hervor Angantysdottir, she begins, pledge myself to be your bondwoman, in Odin's name. There is a faint whispering of waves in the distance, and the linen walls of the tent ripple in the warm Mediterranean wind. My life and my sword are at your service, Alaric, King of the Goths. This has been Hell's Handmaid, written and narrated by Timothy J. R. Raines.